Hello, good evening. I got bored. Lucky you. Oh, open up the live. Oh, I didn't put the link. Hey, RW, where the live is at? Oh, you mean the link? It's coming up right now. Hey, can we get the link? Thank you. There it is. I got to put it on my other social too. Now. All right. The link is pinned. Let me pop it on Facebook just in case. And I'm not dare putting it on Twitter. I've done that before. That's where all the trolls come. Hello, Steve. Yeah, Steve, are you getting notifications? I'm trying to figure out who finds their way. Who finds their way over here on their own, and who is not getting my notifications anymore. So I guess you're part of the in crowd, the YouTube in crowd. They have your VIP. Yeah, not lies. One reason I went live, I wanted to try out those new Charlie prompts. I just don't have a topic or anything to argue with them about. Do you? Actually, though, you know we prioritize live humans here. We happen to have one in the back. It's a wild one. We got the antlers. What's up?
If I'm a wild one.
Yeah, I know. you're Oh, okay. You're a Discorder. All right. Well, that's good. At least the people in Discord are seeing it. That's the core of the community anyway. Really, the best thing to do is join Discord.
If you've got Charlie stuff, I have a couple drinks left. I'll just pour my last couple drinks and listen to Charlie, and then I'll talk trash after that.
You want to? What's a topic we can do with him? What's on your mind? Anything?
I'm really disappointed in the feed from the Artemis project.
What did you expect? Like high definition Hollywood,
not
Steven
high
Spielberg
definition
level, George Lucas light and sound.
I expected the same amount of live streaming that they were giving up to the moon event at the moon event. I was expecting moon footage from the same cameras, and they just stopped. So
I didn't watch any of it. So what did you actually receive?
To answer Steve real quick, I had a bunch of Yingling lights, and I have a couple of like Italian soda drinks. But basically, for the last couple days, they had live stream from the inside of the Integrity shuttle cabin with all the astronauts floating around and stuff. And they had GoPros. They literally said they're GoPros, like on the wings, the solar extension wings, and they were showing footage from those wings. And that was every single day. And then yeah,
that looks pretty good. I was expecting something way worse. For being in outer space, that looks pretty good from a GoPro.
Yes, so that's the stuff that they were showing. And then when they got to the moon, they turned all of that off, and they just did an audio feed of what they were talking about with the astronauts.
Is that when they were behind the moon? Because I know that they said there was going to be a blackout.
That started at 2:30, and they did that for 4 hours, and then they went dark for 40 minutes, and then they came on the other side and did the same thing again. So
it was mostly this. I was expecting something way worse, like something really grainy, black and white. This is way more impressive than I thought it would be from just reading the descriptions. So this is what you're disappointed in, though. You're saying.
I'm disappointed that they didn't do the same live stream technology they had the whole way to that point. I'm disappointed that they stopped doing it for the actual big event. That's why I'm disappointed.
Part of it, yeah, I read that part of it was to prioritize the bandwidth for the actual communications that the astronaut needed and to the science.
I think it's a weak argument because they were having the same volume of communication with live feed up to that point anyway. So I can understand.
Well, I don't know if it was an argument. I don't know if NASA's saying, here's our argument. I think they were just stating what they were doing, like why the bandwidth was. They can't devote 100% of the bandwidth to showing you cool images because they need some of it for the astronauts' needs and for science.
But at the same time, while this is going on and they're doing the audio, they're saying, "Oh, hey, thank you for that image from your iPhone. That's really cool." And then they never show it. They just
I think, oh yeah, those I think are going to be uploaded at some other point. They said there's a timeline for that.
Yeah.
I don't think it was instant upload for the iPhone stuff, but all of that really has you blackpilled. It sounds like
I'm just disappointed. I think it's not like I'm not. I don't believe I'm asking too much. I just think that there's going to be a lot of backlash from this, and we'll see how it goes.
What are you comparing it to something that they did previously that was of higher quality? Because the only thing I saw was that little bit of rocket launch that we watched on the stream.
I've been paying attention for the last 4 days, pretty much ever since they launched.
You're saying they've produced better quality stuff than this so far.
I'm not in a conspiratorial mood, dude. I'm just disappointed. I've been watching the quality of technology that they've given all the way to that point, and they stopped doing that. So
today was the drop off.
That was the drop off. So if that's conspiratorial, okay. I think it's just disappointment that they didn't deliver. We don't have to talk about that though. I'm happy to talk about anything. The last group was talking about music.
What about music? Well, I like to talk about stuff that's fresh and hot on people's minds, and it sounds like this is for you.
Well, I mean, but it doesn't make a difference. I'm just waiting for more information.
But you're saying the bar was not set by NASA's like press releases on this. It was set by their previous footage up to this point.
I set the bar based on what they were already delivering up to that point. Yes, because I had no bar set when I started watching the whole thing. I didn't know what was going to be offered, but when they started live streaming from the cabin, I was like, "This is cool. Let's fucking go." And then they stopped. They just stopped doing that. So it's not like they didn't have the ability to do that. They just stopped. So there's going to be a backlash from that.
Why do you think they stopped?
That's a very good question. I don't believe it's because they were saving bandwidth. I don't think it had to do with distracting astronauts because they didn't have anything to do with controlling those cameras anyway.
What I think this might be where the conspiratorial stuff comes in. What is your theory for why they stopped live streaming?
I don't even want to give a theory. I just know that they did.
Well, you have theories of why they didn't, like the reasons they didn't stop live streaming. So I wonder if you have any.
I don't want to go with the space is fake and gay or flat Earth or any of that. I just know that they had the technology and they stopped using it. That's all I can say. I don't want to be skeptical in this. I want to see the proof. I want to be proven wrong. I want to be proven that there's the lunar lander and there's the lunar vehicle and there's the flag and there's this and this is all that we have, and I want to see all that.
Are they at the moon yet?
Yeah, they're swimming around right now. Oh my
god, I didn't even expect them to get there that quickly.
What's up, Austin?
So I did a quick search. It said NASA stopped live streaming Artemis due to loss of signal on board the Orion is that what it's called?
The Orion capsule. They named it the Integrity.
Oh, okay. On board the Orion spacecraft are bandwidth requirements for other activities, which led to frustrating glitches and interruptions in the streams. Many viewers expressed dissatisfaction with the coverage during this history. So you're not alone.
I don't think that's even accurate. I don't. That description is not. There was a period of 40 minutes where they did drop.
You think NASA's lying when they say that?
No. That description, I don't believe that's. I believe that's a summary of inaccurate.
Well, this is coming from NASA apparently, and they're giving two reasons: loss of signal. The Orion spacecraft itself experienced a loss of signal, just like I do sometimes when I'm streaming or on my phone, which interrupted the ability to provide a continuous live stream. And that's something that happens here on Earth. So that is easily something I think people can relate to. That's not weird to me that it may have lost signal. And then bandwidth requirements. They needed the bandwidth for other activities, which also contributed to the decision to stop the live stream. So it was a decision that was made. Somebody made the call, okay, cut the live stream for these reasons. We're losing signal and we need the bandwidth for other stuff. That means
Well,
that the available signal could not support the streaming of video content. It was taking up too much of the
my
bandwidth.
question and response is, from when till when are they talking about that? Because most of the time they still had a live stream, and they still had audio and radio communications constantly. So are they
Okay,
just
that's a
talking
good
about the
question.
Dark Side of the Moon event? Are they talking about a couple minutes here and there like that?
Because the Dark Side of the Moon event, from what I understand, it was already planned. There was going to be a planned blackout then.
That's right. That's right. So I just don't, based on what I watched and experienced, I agree that someone made the decision to cut the amount of the stream that they were giving and reduce it to audio. I agree that happened.
So the audio was there the whole time?
Every bit that I watched, yeah, until they hit the Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay.
Once they hit the Dark Side of the Moon, I stopped watching because I gave up on the chance that they were actually going to do any photography or video.
It said that NASA lost signal with Orion at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Oh wait, no, hang on, that's November 23rd, 2022.
Nope.
No, hang on.
Daniel and Austin are saying hello from the chat.
Who?
Daniel and Austin.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay. We got important NASA science stuff going on. Hey, Daniel, Barry, and Austin. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about the NASA. Their signal went out, or they cut the signal during the live stream, but they kept the audio going. And we're trying to figure out how long. It said at 6:44 p.m. Eastern, so like 3:44 in the afternoon over here.
Mm-hmm.
And it lasted about 40 minutes, and it was reacquired at 7:24 p.m. Eastern.
Right, that's
and
the planned event.
This is according to the little AI built into the.
That is the planned event.
Oh, that's the planned one?
That's the Dark Side of the Moon event, yeah. I was watching Agenda Free for a little bit, Steve, about 20 minutes. I saw that he was restreaming the NASA feed and talking about Iran.
It said that the
Shift.
planned communication blackout during reentry signal was intentionally cut from 7:13 p.m. Eastern to 7:23 p.m. Eastern for 10 minutes.
Okay, that's something that may be after the dark out, the Dark Side of the Moon feed. I'm not arguing any of that stuff. Do
you think the 40 minutes was the planned blackout and the 10 minutes is the signal loss? Maybe
it's very possible.
The AI
that's
is
what I'm talking about.
I
was not watching after that point, so I can understand if that's what. But again, losing.
So you turned it at some point. You waited for it to come on. It didn't come on. You turned it off.
No, I watched all the way up until they got to the Dark Side of the Moon, and then I stopped watching because if they weren't going to show video or photography from the first half of the lunar observation, I wasn't expecting them to do it to the second half, and so I started playing video games and hanging out with other people.
Hey, Shift. So was everything okay up to the blackout, the Dark Side blackout, which was already planned, that was already announced?
The being connected to integrity was 100% all the way to that point, all the way I was watching.
You were okay up to that point.
The feed, my issue is that they were not showing media. They just had audio. And once in a while they would show the inside of the cabin again. They'd show a blacked out cabin with astronauts that were reading in the dark, but they were not showing footage of the whole lunar observation event. They were not using their cameras to show any feed of the moon the whole time. That is my issue.
Oh, the whole time?
That is my issue.
Okay. Well, I would have to dig more into it than I think I'm able to do and run.
It's all good. It's a personal thing anyway. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Doesn't make a
Well,
difference.
it's not, because the articles I'm pulling up said many viewers had the same reaction. So you're not alone in this. I'm just trying to nail down the details of exactly what got shown, when the signal got cut, what people were expecting versus what actually got delivered. But I'm gonna need to devote more time to it than I can do on a stream.
You're good, man. When they get back on Friday and when they give all of their data and they release everything they have, we'll be able to have a bigger conversation about this, because we'll have more to talk about based on the data.
Okay. And I think the iPhone pictures are going to be uploaded at some point. So,
well, they were being sent. The Houston was talking about receiving them and saying these are great, these are beautiful, thanks for the photos, and then Houston was not sharing that with the feed.
Oh, okay. Because I think that is going to be shared at some point, or at least that's the plan I read.
Right.
I don't think they intend to hide that from the public.
I'm just surprised that they're not willing to like post a couple photos. Like, why not?
I don't know. I guess it sounds like it's somehow you got a certain set of expectations that didn't match what.
Yeah, I had higher expectations.
I don't know if you got them from NASA explicitly setting them, or you just kind of inferring them from something.
I had hopeful expectations based off of the standard of what they were already offering along the way. It's not like they were just showing some black and white camera from the tail of the shuttle the whole time, and I wanted a whole bunch more. I just wanted the same standard the whole way through. And when they dropped the standard down and didn't even offer visuals anymore, I was like, why are you doing that?
I guess we'll find out. You're right. I guess we'll find out. Is it Friday? They're supposed to.
Friday is splashdown, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon or night.
Wow. I can't believe how. I thought they were going to be out there for weeks. I cannot believe how quick this trip was.
Yeah, it's a 10-day journey. They're on the swing back as of right now, I think.
Well, Not Lost says it's better than China, at least. Whatever they did show today is still better than China. Of course, that's coming from Not Lost. They were doing.
So, Steve, if they were doing an inside the cabin view again, that's status quo.
Oh, you mean Trump was talking to the astronauts? Is that I thought it was like a press interview with Trump.
Are your roommates playing board games again?
Tonight is Drunk D&D night, yes. There's nothing I can do about it. It's only going to get worse.
That's all good, man. I was wondering if I was hearing voices in my head or if it was on the TV or the laptop.
No, you were hearing Drunk D&D.
Tomorrow's
but also because of
day. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm still on this topic, so go ahead if you were.
Tomorrow's a very big day for the United States in the Iranian conflict, because there's been a hard line set by Trump.
Oh, Tuesday.
Yes, and if they don't reach it, we're potentially devastating their infrastructure, their electricity and their bridges.
I remember that.
I'm
have
really
until
hoping
Tuesday to open up that strait. Otherwise, there will be hell to pay.
Because knocking them back to the Stone Age doesn't benefit all of the individuals that want a new government or a new country. Like, they have to then.
Right. We can't fuck it up too much, because the people, the citizens, still need a country left when we're done.
Yeah, not
bridge and power plant.
Yes. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Trump's last post was really weird. He's done a lot of trolling and shit, but the last one was weird.
I don't know. I don't put much stock into anything that comes out of Trump's mouth or out of his fingertips.
Right.
I just wait to see what actually happens in reality. And I've learned that over 8 years of being under Trump.
Yeah, I'm expecting either mass chaos or nothing. Not in between.
They'll probably do, if the pattern holds, they'll do some more strategic targeting, probably.
Okay. I don't know what the point.
I'm sure there's still sites they can target and people.
I think you were the one that showed on your Discord a tree of the power that was taken out by the strike so far.
Oh yeah, that chart. That
I didn't
poster.
look into it, but it looked like there's quite a few people taken off the
I'll
list.
say. Yeah, let's take a look. So these are all the people that are no more. See how they're grayed out? It's like on Big Brother when they get evicted, their little picture turns gray. Look at all the people we've grayed. This is their leadership, and then the gray is all the people we've grayed out.
The judicial branch is doing pretty good.
People that think that we're not winning or Iran is somehow winning the war need to be able to explain this poster, at least to me, because that doesn't look like victory.
You also posted something about our testicles. I didn't click on that one either.
Oh, ball science, yeah.
Ball science.
I wish I could watch it.
If you could summarize ball science in a few sentences,
it's quite interesting. I'll post the link. Is what I will do. I started watching a little bit of it, and it was actually very, very interesting.
Like if you only have one testicle, or if they're square instead of oval, or
well, it has to do with size, and they believe that. Are you restreaming?
I'm not restreaming.
I'll be damned. Somebody just came up backstage and set up a restream to their channel. I didn't know you could set that up from backstage. Wow. And I'm not even, it's one of my trolls that I don't let on, but they're restreaming me to their channel. I don't mind if you restream me. How big is your audience now? Is it 3, 4? Probably smaller than mine. No, this troll.
Okay.
It's a troll. It's a troll from the past. Oh my God. 4,800 subscribers. No way. There's no way you have this many subs. How many are watching the little stream right now?
You can pay for that too. You can pay for subs.
That's probably what he did. No, I'm not saying. There's a reason I don't give these trolls attention or oxygen. What was I looking up? Oh, ball science.
Ball health.
Hang on.
Yeah, ball science.
Yeah, they say it has to do with status, and they were talking about all the balls of the other animals. Like dolphins have gigantic balls, like a fourth of their body weight or something, and elephants' balls
fourth of their body
inside.
weight? No,
something
absolutely
like
not.
that. Something like that. Hang on.
There's no way.
4%. Sorry, not a fourth.
Okay.
4%. That's a lot of body weight.
Okay, I'm just saying, like 1/4.
More than ours.
That's a wheelbarrow status.
Oh yeah, I guess dolphins are not a quarter balls.
Their whole tail is a ball sack.
But anyway, here's the episode. It's these two gay guys that do science. In fact, one of them was on Canadian Big Brother.
Of course,
tested.
Why not?
And they did an episode on testicles.
Good for them.
Which I wish we could play, but it's copyrighted.
Let's see what else. What else we have besides testicles? Let me see what I got here.
Oh yeah, you keep a little diary.
Something like that. Just
a little
news.
Harriet the Spy notebook of current events.
There's gene therapy that was released that they restored 10 out of 10 patients with gene therapy for deafness. It didn't completely restore their deafness, but it restored it to the point where they were not legally deaf anymore. So that's interesting.
How what did it work on?
Let me drop it in the back for you. So that's potential. That's not Neuralink, but it's genetic therapy.
I'm interested in how it works.
The cochlear whatever.
Yeah, because Mike he was deaf and he had a cochlear. So I'm interested in knowing how this would have helped. There's a hearing gene can significantly improve hearing. How? It targets this particular gene called the OTOF gene. I don't know. It's again, this is one of those things I'm gonna have to spend time on off stream.
Did you Summarize it through AI.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh, I just found out about it just now. I'm just pulling it up in a search.
Sometimes people take whatever link it is and paste it in AI, and it like summarizes it.
I do that a lot with videos, but Google searches I don't need to. I can just read the article. I say if it's like a paper, like a PubMed or scientific paper, sometimes I will.
I also have a question when you're done with that, actually.
Why would they not put that in the first 2 lines of the entire article? This is how it works. Well, it says it targets these gene. Again, this is something I'm going to have to spend time on after this is over.
Wait, did you click on my link from the back, or you did a search? Okay.
No, both. I did both.
Okay.
All right, we can move on to the next thing. I'll look at it
you did a stream earlier today that I totally missed out on because I was watching a bunch of nothing. And it was about science versus scientism, and I'm curious to hear how that went. Did you have any feedback?
Me monologuing for a few minutes on the topic, and then what else do we get into? No one came up on panels, so I don't remember.
That sucks.
What else? What else we talked about? Oh yeah, Notlaw's got a new car today.
Okay, he decided between, I think he was asking about a Leaf and something else.
Yeah, that's the car he got. It's called a Leaf.
That's full electric? I can't remember the Leaf. Is it a hybrid? Or I think a Leaf is a full electric.
Knowing Notlaw's probably.
Is that a full electric Notlaw's? And how many kilometers can you go on one charge? And then how long does it take you to charge it to full? I would think they can get at least 250 to 300 now on electric vehicles, because I think he was talking about a 2024 model, so that's pretty new. I was talking about
electric. I
electric.
can look that up too instead of wait for him to respond.
That's all good. I was talking about electric gardening tools today with somebody else. There's actually some pretty nice ones out there now. Lightweight, lasted a long time. It's not the same as fuel, because fuel you can go all day long without.
What kind of gardening tool? The gardening tools I know are like pruning shears, trowels, hedge trimmers were electric, and blowers.
Line trimmers, the weed whacking.
Yeah, weed whacking. Yeah.
Other people have the same systems for mowers. They're push mowers. There's
I've seen electric mowers.
Yeah, but the weed eaters have come a long way, and you can get your whole property done with about one battery charge now, which is a big deal because batteries are like $100 each.
Looks.
You mean Echo, right? ECO, not EGO.
Ego.
You mean Echo, right, Steve?
What is a stage? Not lost. They have different stages. See, this is already complicated. I don't want an electric car. It's already way too complicated. No, apparently it's the Ego brand.
Okay.
Why would that's a weird brand name for lawnmowers of all things?
It's green, right? I guess I'm not remembering the name of that technology correctly. It's popular at Lowe's. Or no. Yeah, no. Home Depot? No, Lowe's. Let's see. 480 kilometers on a full charge. Holy shit. Oh, but 380 is how many miles? 1 second. 480 is how many miles?
Electric Go.
No, 300 is that's still quite a bit. So that's cool. Stage 2, I'm not sure if that's the standard plug or if that's the high.
They have different plugs that charge it to different capacities.
Yeah, so like if you plug into your wall outlet, you can only charge at a certain speed. But if you have like a larger amp socket that you can plug into, you can pull a lot of amperage a lot faster and charge your battery faster.
So the battery is the same capacity. It's just how quickly it's able to be charged.
That's right, but quickly charging a battery isn't always a good thing, because the faster you charge a battery can also deplete the battery's life cycle. So sometimes trickle charging a battery is better. So there's a whole bunch of things that you have to understand about the technology.
No, you're all this is doing is making me want an electric car even less. I don't want to have to do math on my car. That's too much math. I'm used to just being able to get in a car, fill it up, and drive.
I like the technology, but when I saw someone filling up with electricity in California and they were paying $60 for a charge off of a fast charge station, I was like, that's basically a tank of fuel.
Or a half a tank now.
So, well, yeah, whatever that is, that's scary. If they have free stations, that's cool. If they're free speed stations, that's cool. You also have to travel so that you're mapping it out and going to these places, and those places have to have an open station. So things have to work out for you. It is different than just going to a gas.
Yeah, there's too much strategy involved. It's not just get in and drive and fuel it up when you power it up when you need to. You have to think and be strategic.
My first motor battery lasted 7 years. That's a fucking long time. Excuse me. That's a long time, dude. I placed it 4 years ago. The new battery was $200. The $200. The new.
Oh my god! For a battery,
the leaf blower was $250. No brainer. Okay, cool. So yeah, you can interchange the battery to the mower, and now he has a leaf blower too. No wonder you were blowing leaves the other day. You got a new toy. It all makes sense now.
Wow. Well, this is an advantage.
That's from your house. That's the cost to fill it from your house. What is if you have to go to a unit that charges you? How much does it cost to fill it up at that station?
In American dollars, please.
Well, or even a Canadian. Yeah, I'll just pretend it's the same.
While we're doing math,
I don't think it's very far off. I think the Canadian dollar and the American dollar is pretty close right now.
When I was growing up, Canadian things were more expensive in Canada because I used to work in the bookstore and they would print the U.S. price and the Canadian price on the books, and I used to feel so sorry for Canadians at the prices they'd have to pay to have the same books that I was getting.
One Canadian dollar equals about 72 cents. So it's not equal, but it's not very, very far off.
So things are still more expensive in Canada, even with all of our tariffs.
It also it depends on what their minimum wage
is. Does that make you want to defect now that you have the car? You can come here and you don't have to wait as long for your health care. You can buy stuff cheaper.
Could you imagine? He's already posting so much shit about our politics. Could you imagine if he lived here?
I wonder if he would last.
I don't know.
I mean, he could come to Washington. He'd fit right in. This is American-speaking Canada. What was the music conversation you mentioned?
I was dropping a bunch of songs in the background. You know how Discord can run DJ bots?
No, I didn't know. What is that? I didn't know about that.
I'll show you that later. Basically, there's a disc jockey bot, and you can tell it to run playlists, or you can put in links from YouTube or Spotify or whatever, and it'll start adding cues. And so we were all adding all these songs, and we were just talking a bunch of shit back and forth about whatever. I was adding like Taylor Swift songs and stuff, and they were calling me whatever. And I was laughing because I was like,
who was calling you whatever? What's Taylor Swift song? I love Taylor. I'm a Swiftie.
Anti-Hero, one of her newer songs from her newer album.
Oh, I haven't heard. Oh, yeah, I did hear that one.
Yeah. And I like throwing stuff in there that's newer just to see what happens. I'm not against the song, but am I a huge fan? Absolutely not. But it was fun. It was more low-key, lower laid back. Before that, people were having a much more religious and moral type debate, and I was ready to check out from that because it was too cyclical. Just kept going in circles.
I hear a lot of religious debate more than I hear moral debates. You would think people would debate morals and ethics, but it seems like they debate metaphysics. They prefer to debate metaphysics more.
Mostly in this
What's
current
real
server.
instead of how people should act.
It's in the current server. It's a debate amongst the sects of Christianity. Different sects telling other sects how it actually is and what they should be doing. And
What are they
push back
doing?
on that.
Is it like petty stuff like the day of the week, the Sabbath song? Or is it
No, it's not. It's not like Adventist Seventh Day type stuff. It's more like Bible bashing versus the grace of Jesus Christ. So like a lot of these guys are saying, it's actually talking about homosexuality, and they're saying you're supposed to go out there and tell them that they're doing it wrong, and if they stay in that they're going to die. And I'm like, it makes more sense to me that we're meant to teach them about Christ, and then Christ can work within them, and it's his choice to judge them, and he can cover them with his grace or do whatever he wants. It's not our job to go out there and bash them over the head and tell them they're going to hell. And they kept pushing back and saying, well, it's the law, so we have the right to go and do that. And I'm saying, if you actually study scripture, you understand that that's not your job. And so it's kind of like the hierarchy of the Christianity, and they sounded like they were part of the Inquisition. And so I push back on that. Me and you have the same like pushback on authority. I hate when people are in the church and they punch down, and that's kind of how the conversations have been going lately.
I missed some of that. What was it over? Like what was it? Was like one sect punching down on another sect over
It's
the way
not
they do
punching
something.
down another sect. It's so the Catholic Church, people that are Orthodox in the Catholic Church, they're usually very much for condemning people and judging them and telling them they're going to go to hell. And other people have viewpoints where you're meant to teach them, you're meant to tell people that aren't Christian about the gospel and about Christ, and then they can understand what the law is and Christ can work with them. But your job is not to judge them and condemn them. So there's like a difference amongst the sects of the Christian faiths.
My experience, and I'm just one person, and it's anecdotal, is the complete opposite. The going to hell people were the Baptist, the Assembly of Gods, the non-denominationals, the evangelicals. I grew up Catholic, and nobody ever told me I was going to hell or burning in hell. Was rarely part of the conversation. That wasn't the focus of our religion. My mom would do it over the gay stuff, but that came later. I didn't grow up hearing from Catholics like hell was a risk. It was a threat. I mean, not a threat, but a danger that you didn't want to end up in hell. But they weren't constantly judging you and condemning you and telling you were going to hell because of something you were doing.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just relating to the most recent conversations I've been having, and I'm being pushed back on because I am not willing to judge people and condemn them, where it seems like the rest of the group was saying that they had that right and that was their job.
But who cares? If someone thinks you're going to hell, who cares? Just ignore them. That's just one person's opinion.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, but when Christians are debating and arguing amongst themselves, it's a matter of presentation and purpose. So we talk about people that we are going to talk to, and those people could very much, you're right, could be like, I don't care, shut up, not interested. That's very mature for them to do. But it's a matter of the Christians debating what their job and purpose is, and there's not much agreement amongst people in the faith. There's a lot of.
So is it how they're representing Christianity, and if it's giving it a bad name or not?
That's how I see it. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that gives it a little more context for it.
Bro, I mean, let's put it this way. I can pick on you because you're gay, and I can say you got to change and you got to do this and that, but I have things in my own life that break the law of the scripture, and I'll be judged just the same. So what's the point in me judging or condemning you when I have my own problems, or if I'm breaking the law of the scriptures in my own way? It's a matter, I think it's what's more important is saying, or just being willing to openly talk about what the scripture says if someone's interested. I think that's where it's at. I don't like the whole zealous punching down aspect of Christianity. Some people are okay with that.
Yeah, I guess like growing up, I grew up around several different denominations, and so I've always seen Christianity done different ways. There was never just one way to do Christianity for me growing up, and so I've always known Christianity as having multiple. Some people are fire and brimstone. Some are love. It's about love. Catholicism to me was just a very traditional way of doing things. It was about the sacraments and the rituals. So I never had this one way that Christianity should be done. And so everything you're describing, all of it was part of Christianity. Like each Christian I met would do it a different way. Some of them would do it the way you don't like. Some of them would do it the way you think it should be done.
I agree. I used to be a lot more a part of the debates. I'm not so much a part of the debates anymore. I kind of shy away from them.
But are you saying, like, is this for outside? Is there anybody that doesn't know about Christianity left yet? Still?
Oh yeah.
Is this for people like that are new to Christianity and they think it's all one thing? Because I never thought it was all one thing. I guess
the gospel. We'll say the gospel, because people's definition of what Christianity is all over the place. But are there people that don't know the story of Jesus Christ? Absolutely. There's people born every day. So
like new generations, but not people that we would.
And then as I'll talk to a lot of adults and I'll be like, hey, it's like the story of Job. And they're like, what? And I'm like, bro, you're 50 years old and you've never heard the story of Job. So there's definitely people that are of age that don't really care or know much about any of that. So yes, I do think that's a thing.
What is the gospel? Like
if you had to tell
somebody what the gospel is,
because the gospel is the life of Christ from his birth to his death.
But how is that a message? Like if you say, have you heard about the gospel? It's the life of Christ from his birth to his death. That's not going to carry much meaning. I always knew it as something like about salvation, like Jesus died for your sins, or there's afterlife, or something like that.
Right. And I'm giving you a very generic summary. There's a lot of stuff that happened in his life from his birth to his death. And that's a long conversation that can go in many directions. But the general aspect is, if you talk to somebody about all of those things, it gives them the opportunity to think about them. And then they can do whatever they want from there.
Yeah. I guess so. I guess it's just I'm maybe I'm old, but the idea that there's people that don't already know about Jesus. He's such a central cultural figure for the world.
I'm curious, but I mean, and then there's the aspect of what people might have heard of the name of Jesus, but what do they know about him? If you grow up in the Amazonian rainforest, or you grow up in Egypt, or a Muslim-backed society, or you grow up in Greenland, or I don't know, if you grow up in different parts of the world in different cultures, yes, I think that you'll hear the name Jesus, but what do you actually know about that?
Yeah, well, I guess I wasn't thinking of those people. Just people I'm likely to encounter in the West.
Yeah, no, it's the world stage I'm thinking of, and even in where we are. I enjoy having the conversation with people. I don't really go out there much, but I enjoy when people bring it up and want to have a conversation about, because it's usually about a conversation about the concept of reality that factors into what is reality. It's very interesting to hear what people are talking about, because again, some people on the server that I've been dealing with in the last couple of days, far far out there. Like everything is a conscious resonance, and all things can only exist in the human mind, and like they're just talking about stuff that's like Alice down the rabbit hole, and I'm trying to pay attention, and they're saying it like it's all real and everything, and I'm just like, this is so, like, you talk about a story, people have their stories. Well, some people's stories are extremely complex and make no sense, and I'm happy to talk to them, but they're talking to me like this is just a known reality, and I'm like, this is definitely your known reality.
Christians do the same thing.
Yes, there's Christians that do the same thing. Of course.
And that story makes no sense to a lot of people.
That's fine. I'm neither here nor there. I'm just saying. Do you know what New Age means?
I was about to ask if you meant New Age, because that's what it sounds. Yeah, I was in the New Age for a little while.
Okay, it's much more along the aspect of New Age. They're much more with energy and Christ consciousness, and
the crystals and all that, and
the third eye metaphysics and all these things.
Visualization. Yeah, I was. It all made sense when I was in it. It made sense. It was like a language that we all understood among ourselves. But even then, everybody used it a different way. There were different variations. Some people believed in spirit guides and channeling and past life regression. I didn't necessarily, but I believed in the crystals and the flower essences. So it was a mix, and everybody had different things on their plate from it.
Yeah. So
but it all made sense to our little in group.
Yeah. So imagine taking that Christian New Age spiritist aspect, and combine it with Zionism, and the world is run by Jews. Everything is run by Jews. So like you're taking these two meteors and smashing them into each other, and that's the tribe think, and you just, for me as a person on the outside listening to this, is just like,
is it weird for Christians to think that?
Is it weird for Christians to think that? I think
that the world is run by Jews, because I see it as
there's a lot of people that have that view. I don't think that they're the head of the snake, but then again, I'm crazy to think that the Vatican is the head of the snake, right? So it's just a different worldview.
The snake temple in the Vatican.
Well, Vatican means the divining serpent. That's literally what Vatican means.
Well, A Course in Miracles, isn't that like New Age Christianity? I know that was real popular.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, that's manifestation or manifestation. Yes, A Course in Miracles is a very, very famous New Age Christ consciousness workshop.
Yeah, I remember that being big in the New Age group.
I'm pretty confident that the individual that is the author of that is a 33rd degree Freemason. All that works together. So,
and my dad's family was Christian Science, so I grew up with that. Like, they didn't believe in medicine or doctors or healing, and everything was like mind. It was very bizarre, and they were very into it. They had all the Christian Science books, and so I grew up with like weird Christian New Agey beliefs in my own family.
I've heard of Christian scientists, Christian scientists. I don't know how you say that, but I don't know much about that faith.
I couldn't explain it to you either. And I didn't grow up with my dad's family, but I visited. Like, I had contact with them, and I spent time with them. And
that's not L. Ron Hubbard's thing, right?
No. It's no, but it's kind of sounds just as. It's something about mentalism, and there's no. Sin is not real. Death is not real. Illness is not real. Sickness, none of that's real. It's just your mind thinks it's real. And because you're in error, and you have to like readjust your mind to reality, and then it'll go away. Or I don't know how to explain it.
That is similar to Scientology.
And it involved, like, the lady that started it was Mary Baker Eddy, and she was involved with this hypnotist or this mentalist at the time that had a big influence on her thinking, and he was somebody that did mind control and woo stuff. So that made its way into it as well.
Interesting. Is it? And this is still a popular thing in society.
I don't know how it. I don't know if it's
I don't
popular.
think
It
I've
has
ever
a
met
follow. They
anybody.
have churches. The big mother church is in Boston.
Well,
And my
Steve, are
aunt
you
worked
part of
there.
the
Actually.
science, or what are they called again? Christian Scientists? Steve, are you
Yeah,
Christian Scientists?
and their text is the what's it called? Something Christian Science and Key to the Scriptures. It's this book that she wrote that like decodes the Bible in the Christian Science
Oh,
worldview. And I've tried to read it. Oh my God, I cannot understand. It's written in English. I can't really understand what it's saying.
is there numerology involved as well?
I don't think numerology.
Was
But I don't. Again,
numerology a part of Satanism?
it wasn't part of my Satanism. But I did when I was in the New Age, when I was doing ceremonial magic and Kabbalah. I played a little bit with numerology, gematria, Temuria, with the Hebrew letters, because each Hebrew letter has a number, so the words can make number patterns.
Right. I mean, even the Advent faith believes that the Antichrist is the Pope because of the title of Vicarius Filii Dei, which equals 666. Because of the Roman numerals, like each Roman character has a numeric value, and when you add them up, they equal 666. So there's like numerology in many faiths.
Yeah, Dianetics is Scientology. That's completely different. I don't even know if it's Christian based, really. That's aliens, and there's these what do you call it? Something in your brain that you have to cleanse, and you have to pay each time. There's all these levels, and to go up the levels, you have to pay their practitioners a lot of money to cleanse you of just enough of the stuff to get to the next level. So part of it seems more like
echelons. That sounds profitable, actually. Multi-level marketing, multi-level spiritism.
I think it is. Like a lot of the celebrity, Tom Cruise, John Travolta.
Oh, for Scientology? Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah. Like you hold on the two little like electric toilet rolls, and then they read your numbers and cleanse you. And that's great. If that works out and they can actually like be better people, good for them. My faith is broken if that works.
Hey, David Wayne, what's up in Kentucky? Are you part of the Rattlesnake Church? Is that in Kentucky?
Are you getting bit for Jesus? Bit for the big man? I don't know how you say that.
I've never been interested enough in those fringe religions to like find out much about them.
What was your journey?
I even know about Christian Science is because I spent a lot of time at my grandma's house, and they had all the books.
What was your journey with the spirit New Age? I forget even what you said, the Kabbalah. But
it started with self-help. It was in the self-help section of the bookstore, and like Wayne Dyer or Wayne Dwyer. There's this other guy, and the New Age section was right next to the self-help section. So as I would browse the self-help books, I would wander over to the New Age books, and they had books like on creative visualization, which made sense at the time. And then from that, it started getting into crystals and herbs and flower essences. And I found this little meditation group in my town. They actually had a New Age bookstore in the very small city that I was in. And so it had this whole collection of people that would gather there, and they would have meditation nights, and I started going to those, and that's when I got pulled in completely. And but they were good. They were cool people. The meditations were very relaxing and spiritual, and I felt really good coming out of them. The music was nice. The New Age music, all of that. It had very positive effects on me.
Right.
And then from there, I got into Wicca and paganism, and I started doing the Wicca stuff. And then from there, I moved to high magic and the ceremonial magic, like Golden Dawn type stuff.
What was the purpose of that? What were you trying to obtain? power.
Yeah, but personal power, like for self-development, you were trying to unlock your potential and develop as an individual. I wasn't trying to like do spells on people or anything.
Do you believe
I was
that
trying to
you
grow as a
attained
person.
anything? Do you believe
Huh?
you gained maturity through that process, or was it hocus pocus?
I don't know if I've ever gained maturity. It did lead me into astrology, which I was going to make my career. I was going to become a professional astrologer. I took this astrology course. I was going to get certified by the AFA to be legally licensed to practice astrology. Like I was very into astrology and tarot cards, and
What,
to the point where I was going to try to make a career of it, and that
for
was
the
going to be
purpose
my living.
of telling the future, for the purpose of prediction?
For me, it was more like psychological exploration, looking at their chart to help them gain insights into themselves as a person,
Okay.
or doing a tarot reading to help them understand themselves as a person and what's going on in their life currently.
I mean, at the same time, you could be a guidance counselor or just a psychologist, and it seems like
Well, I mean, I am now, so it was part of it was more like that. Like I've always had an interest. My interest has always been personal, intrapersonal, more than the magic side of it or the predict the future side of it, because people create their own future, so you don't need to predict the future if you're making your future. Yes, I do remember those. We used to come across them in the woods all the time, especially the cottonmouths, and they would curled up in a ball and they would like bare their fangs, and then they would, after they saw that you were safe, they would dart off. They would like spring up and shoot off into the woods. I
at least
hated
they
those
were
things.
spraying away from you and not towards you. That's a good for
Yeah,
them.
they would do like their threat display, because usually when we encountered them, they were curled up, they were resting, and we're just tromping through the woods. And next thing you know, there's one in front of us, and it would open its mouth and bare its fangs, and like, and then we would just freeze. And we'd always carry a stick with us too, but we'd freeze, or sometimes we'd wave the stick around, and then after a while, it would spring up in the air and like dart off into the woods like that.
That's what I do when I get out of bed in the morning with my kids. They come into my room, Dad. I'm like, ugh.
David Wayne, are you Celtic Viking? Is that why the paganism?
Yeah, I was gonna say Celtic Viking would be pagan, but yeah.
And then eventually I just outgrew all of it, because I got into Carl Jung and Nietzsche, and because a lot of, especially the ceremonial magic and the high magic, drew a lot on archetypes, planetary archetypes, psychological archetypes, and from the archetypes is what transitioned me into Jung. And once I got into Jung, none of the other stuff was half as interesting as Carl Jung.
And Carl Jung is secular psychology.
It's depth psychology.
Okay, so it just it was more based. It was more grounded.
At the time, I thought it was. I don't think it is anymore. I mean, he has the concept of the collective unconscious, which is just as woo to me as the other stuff, and he grounds it a lot in the Christian religion, actually. So for him, Christ is the central symbol of the self, and a lot of his work uses Christ as that symbol.
So that's like
But mostly because that's the dominant Western archetype, not necessarily that because Christianity itself is the answer to everything.
Is that goes along with the Christ consciousness concept?
Kind of, sort of, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I've never really read up on him, but I struggle. People will ask me about like, what's your sign, this and that, and I look at horoscopes and they just look like fluffy bullshit. Like it's not telling me something amazing and futuristic.
Have you ever had your chart read?
Statement. Have I ever had my chart read?
Yeah.
No, I've never put myself in that.
Because I thought it was fluffy bullshit too until an astrologer read my chart, and it absolutely blew me away how much he could tell about myself from whatever he was seeing in this astrology chart. Like psychological details about myself that no other human could know, and I almost didn't even know about myself. And then I have a few streams where some astrology people came on and read my birth chart live on stream, and it also, they were right on the money. They knew nothing about me, and they could tell so many things about my childhood, my past, my psychology from looking at the way the stars and the planets were aligned at the time of my birth. And that is what made me go into astrology, because I was so impressed and blown away by this guy's skill that I said, I want to learn how to do that.
Why would the Bible condemn it then?
I have no idea. I'm not a Christian. You'd be in a better position to answer that than me. Isn't it part of, like, they condemn soothsayers and fortune telling and
Stargazers?
Is astrology lumped in with that?
I believe it's the stargazers. Even people that can say they predict the weather are bullshitters. So like I don't know if they're grouped in or not. So
Get up.
I don't know. I'm not going to put myself in that scenario. But my question is, do you actually believe that the day you were born dictates your character?
No. I'm just saying it's very interesting that people can take a snapshot of the night sky on that exact day and time and location, because it varies depending on where you were born. And from looking at that, they can gain a lot of psychological insight about yourself.
It's interesting because we have so much.
This is me. It may not, like, you may find none of it resonates with you, but when they did it to me, they sure captured me very perfectly in great detail. But personality tests do the same, like the MBTI, the Enneagram. The Bible condemns astrology because it is associated with divination practices that are considered detestable to God, as stated in Deuteronomy 18, 9 through 14, which warns against imitating the ways of pagan nations that practice such arts. And it emphasizes that those who consult astrologers cannot provide true guidance or save individuals from their fate that comes from Isaiah.
So that's why I won't put myself in that situation. I'm happy to have a conversation about it, but I'll never put myself in that seat
of having your chart read.
Right.
Then don't.
I find it interesting though. There's a lot of people, honestly, a lot of women usually, not so much the men, but a lot of women I come across are very into the crystals and the horoscope and stuff. And like, I understand herbs. They're a chemical compound that definitely interacts with the human anatomy, physiology, and affects us. But I don't believe that by dipping a crystal into this tea, I'm going to be healthier. I don't have that. That to me is hocus pocus.
The New Age theory, from what I remember, was they store energy. They can store and amplify energy and spiritual energy, because there's this spiritual energy that you can tap into with your mind and call it down into yourself or transfer it into things. And the crystals were able to capture that energy and then direct it or amplify it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not on board.
Well, I mean, I'm not now either. At the time, I was a little bit. I wasn't so much as into crystals as a lot of the other New Agers were.
When I was living in Hawaii, there was a kava bar. It's like a drink they make out of a root that kind of makes you numb. And there's the lady that made the kava every night. I was friends with her, and one night I was hanging out with her while she was making it, and she was dipping all these little crystals into, as she just touched it into it, and then switched the crystal and touched it into it. And I was looking at her, and she looked at me, and she saw a look on my face, and she knew I wasn't having any of it. But I didn't say anything because I respected whatever she was doing. But I felt like I was literally watching witchcraft happen in real time. Like to me, it was hocus pocus.
Did you drink the kava?
Hell yeah.
Oh.
It's like alcohol, but without waking up with a hangover.
But like, people would also say Christianity is hocus pocus. So it's just it's hocus pocus to you because you don't believe in it. but
Well,
they believe in it. So to them, it's not.
if it was if Jesus Christ's ability to heal you and save you was like in a stick, and I could touch you with the stick and do a ceremony and whatever, yeah, I'd say that's hocus pocus. But to me, it's an understanding truth. It's like a knowledge based type thing. It's not a power of a stone. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the knowledge of Christianity, the words of Christ are what is real to me. If that's hocus pocus, that's fine, but I just don't consider it the same thing. I can see it being said that it's my story and it doesn't have any truth. I can accept that, but when it comes to it's not a traditional ceremonial thing. Not for me.
But if you can tap into it and it has an effect, use it to create some kind of effect on your life. How is that different than them tapping?
But that would be a literal
their life?
connection to a living entity.
Well, so you think, but they think the same thing.
Okay.
They think when they're contacting their higher self or they're contacting these spirits, that they see that in the same way. So in your paradigm, it's Christ. In their paradigm, it's a higher self or a spirit or an entity or whatever, a nature, an herb, the goddess.
If they're both true, then it doesn't matter. Yes.
But if the effects are the same,
if the outcome, if you can pray to a rock and you get the same outcome as praying to Jesus Christ, then yeah, what's the difference?
Right. I guess that's kind of what I'm asking.
I don't know. I consider Jesus Christ more than a rock, but I guess I'm biased.
Well, for you though, because they considered the rock more than Jesus Christ.
Right.
It's just a different tradition, different paradigm. Because I'm thinking of the mage game where like that's exactly how magic works. Is there's these traditions that the mages tap into to do their magic, and some are pagans, there's a Christian version, there's a Buddhist version, but they all do the same magic. It's just whatever they use to channel that magic is whatever paradigm they come from.
Yeah, all I can tell you is that I know that my job is not to judge anybody else. So if someone wants to
that's very liberal
rock or have their tradition to be a mage, teach their own.
Why do you fail daily? What are you failing about? Does that mean that Christianity is not working?
I'm going to assume what he's saying, and he'll answer, is that when it comes to the law that is written in Scripture, that is what he's not being able to uphold. That's what failing would be.
What does that
That's
mean?
usually what it means for Christian belief. So again, smoking cigarettes is damaging his temple, and saying bad words is
like he's doing stuff he knows he's not supposed to be doing. Cursing. Right. Oh my God. I was like that as a kid too. I was scared to death to say a curse word because I thought that you were going to go to hell or that it was going to open a door for the devil to influence you. And I would go out of my way to avoid. I had to overcome a lot of resistance to even say words like damn or hell. And eventually I got over that and I felt so liberated. It was one of the healthiest things I think I've ever done.
I don't have that view. To me, I curse and this and that for flavor, but I know that if I'm doing anything, even if it's my words, that's causing somebody else to stumble, I'm not helping that person. So to not be vulgar usually creates a scenario where other people usually have a higher communication or a better experience. I don't know how to say that, but it's not like
what is stumbling? Like, how would your words make somebody stumble?
So if if someone's struggling with certain things like alcohol or smoking or lust or whatever, and I'm saying things that would make them think about those things and be tempted by them, I am causing them to stumble and motivating them to go after their temptations. But if I speak in a higher form and a more righteous form, my words are not causing their mind to focus on those things. So our words are powerful, our actions are powerful, and it is requested of us through Christ to uplift others and give them hope and joy to focus on instead of negativity and temptation. Does that answer your question?
From what I know about you, you seem like you pretty much do that. I don't think you're out here punching down and trying to hurt people.
Good. That's what I'm going for. I just wanted to read Zikana. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. I'm a humanist, but in the Bible, God holds true in heaven whatever is true on earth. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I guess you'd have to put that into.
And David Wayne, what is this about? Not being romantically involved.
Like
that sounds horrible.
Celibate.
Celibacy. You're missing out on a lot.
Having a union with a person can be righteous, but lust is definitely something that can create a lot of hardship in our lives. And there's a lot.
It can, but it's also completely normal and natural.
Well, perversion, it depends on morality. Like as a Christian, there's things that you believe are immoral, and to lust after those things, you're kind of like fighting your flesh versus your spirit. Your spirit says don't do it, but your flesh is like, oh yeah, give me some more.
But the flesh is completely natural. Like to me, it's pointless to moralize something that's natural. That's like moralizing breathing or sleeping or eating. It's what the body does. It's not something you're willing.
That's from a biblical scriptural viewpoint. Through the fallen nature of Adam, it's sinful. The flesh is sinful. So our flesh craving is not natural. If you read the scripture and it says this is what you should do with your life, and your flesh is craving something else, it's the sinful nature of your flesh craving those things. So it's a different.
That's a very dark view of nature.
Well, it's the biblical view of reality. So whether it's dark or not, I'm just telling you that's how that works in the Christian's mind.
Yeah, but to me it demonizes or pathologizes the natural.
It not exactly.
And not every natural impulse is good. Like the impulse to violence, I think is we shouldn't be acting on it all the time. We shouldn't be acting on our lust all the time. But there's nothing abnormal about having those impulses. Animals have them. We're animals. Humans have them. People don't have to feel guilt and shame over having something that's completely natural because it's part of their human, physical.
It depends on what that is. If you're saying, "Oh, I'm looking at that person over there and I think they're attractive and I want to have sex with them," I agree, that's a normal impulse. But you also know, is it right or wrong for me to act on this impulse? And then again, there's other impulses where it's like, I want to have that person and that person and that person and run a train on that person. Like there's certain points where it's like, that's no longer natural.
Like think about all the people with all the kinky, like weird fetishes. Those are completely natural and normal too. But it sounds like Christianity is not directing at the action. They're directing it at the normal, natural impulse itself. They're saying it's bad and sinful somehow. To even have the impulse.
It's the aspect of perversion. There's the normal. There's a normal and righteous urge, and then there's a kink or a perverse aspect of those urges. So you're right. You're saying that all those are normal, and the Christian will say no. because of what is written, there's a difference between this one and this one over here.
And I'm sure Christianity is not the only tradition that thinks that some impulses or some natural impulses are normal and some are deviant.
Yeah, they'd have to. I'd be very curious for each faith what those are.
But it ultimately it's judged like you wouldn't even know somebody's having the impulse if they don't express it. So ultimately the action is the only observable part of the impulse. Is what you see
Right.
people do and
Right.
how they behave. And you're
Right.
like, oh, you should be doing that. But if they never acted on it, you wouldn't even know it's there.
Right.
So you really, my point is, you really don't know what weird, dark stuff is going on in people's heads until
only
you
my own.
see them act on it.
I only know my own dark self.
Well, assume that if it's going on in your head, it's probably going on in other people's heads too, and they're just not saying anything.
I think that my lustful thoughts are happening in many other people's minds, and many other people are not even thinking them as not okay.
But I also think most humans, at least in today's advanced civilized society, which I love so much, are not going around acting on every little random impulse that's coming in their head either.
What about on the internet?
Well, how would they be acting on the internet other than looking at porn or
Right.
maybe talking about it on a forum or something?
By
They wouldn't actually
by
be able to do the act itself through the internet. They'd have
by
to
gratifying themselves through whatever pleases them on the internet.
like OnlyFans.
There's a medium, but I mean, it doesn't matter what platform
Phone
you use.
sex.
It's a matter of using whatever your mind is lusting after, seeking it out and gratifying yourself with it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as you're not hurt. At least for consenting adults, as long as you're not hurting somebody, there's nothing wrong with pursuing that.
From the Christian standard,
Christians have this concept of like a spiritual damage that it could be doing.
Christ says with his own words, whatever you're thinking in your mind is the same difference as if you'd just done it in real life. So if you're fantasizing about it, it's the same difference as if you just did it in real life. So it's like to
me, it's so clearly not. Thinking about something is not the same at all as actually doing the something. There's things we think about all day long that we don't actually do. They're not the same. If you think about killing someone, that's not the same thing as actually killing someone. Actually carrying out the act is way, way worse than thinking about it. It's a whole different category.
There's two levels of thinking about something. There's having a thought of something, and then there's dwelling on a thought. And if you're going to fantasize about something in your mind, that at that point you're not heeding Christ's words. I can understand if you don't agree with that, but from a Christian standard, that is the standard.
How do Christians contain that then? Because to me, until it carries over into action, they're two different categories to me, and until one crosses into the other, they're not the same thing.
I'm not a good person to ask that.
Contain it within that one category.
I'm not a good person to ask for how to contain or withhold, because I definitely lust and I definitely use pornography, and I know that other people have success with when they have that temptation, they go to Christ and they pray and they focus and they find something else and all that. I'm not good at that. I do believe that it's true that it's wrong for what I'm doing, but I'm one that partakes.
Well, that sounds normal to me and even healthy, but I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, I think being honest and having a conversation about it is very healthy. A lot of people in the church that I'm a part of, this is not a conversation that they're going to have. You know, I
wonder if Christianity's asking things of people that are more than is reasonable to ask of the human.
I don't believe that that's a thing. I think that having a standard that's black and white is fair, and just being honest if it's being kept or not is fair. Because when it comes to judgment and being covered by the blood of Christ and the grace of Jesus Christ, that's a whole different thing. I might be an absolute failure in life, but in the end, that doesn't mean that I get to go to hell because I failed, because there's still the whole equation of the blood of Christ. So the whole picture is, you got to look at the whole picture. Am I a failure here, there, and there? Yeah. Am I trying to do the right thing? I think so. Am I perfect? Absolutely not. Do I get covered by the blood of Christ? I believe so. But then again, other people look at that and say, I can do whatever the fuck I want all day long because Jesus is going to forgive me. And I don't think that that's right. I think that whole mindset is absolutely incorrect.
I guess I don't know, how do you resolve it? Because they probably think your version is incorrect.
I'm going through time, and we'll see what happens in the end. I think that it's a good standard to try to do the right thing. Whatever we believe is the right thing.
I think standards are good. I'm not against standards. I just think they should be realistic. And I think the same thing about communists. One of my big complaints about communists is their whole vision and worldview is so unrealistic when it comes to human nature. Human nature is not wired to conform to the communist ideal. It asks more of humans than human nature is capable of delivering. And
when it comes to the
same thing about Christianity.
When it comes to the United States and how our freedom works here, our civil rights, I think it's really good. If we can stick to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the amendments and everything, people have the ability to live their life, and it's between them and God, not the state and them, not the Fed and them. So all of these things that we're individually struggling with, these differences and different standards that we think are too hard or not hard enough or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's an individual choice that we get to decide, and it's between us and God. I like this system. If it ever goes to a point where the state gets to decide my morality and dictate what my morality is, then
well, I mean, it does to some extent. We have laws against restricting you from doing certain things. You can't just do anything you want.
Right. I'm content with the current laws. I'm content with the current laws. I don't want to go back to the dark age.
Yeah, I don't think America is at risk of that.
I don't know what America is at. I understand what prophecy says and the direction that it's going to go with the church and state union and a Protestant church power controlling morality and the system. That's my understanding of prophecy. Is it actually heading in that direction right now? I don't know. Is the Christian national movement more powerful than we think? I don't know. But over the next few presidencies, I think I'll have my answer. Is it going to swing back to the left? Is it going to be another Biden type experience with extreme woke ideology? I know people don't like that word, but they know what I'm saying. Or is it going to continue on the right, and we're going to start to have more of a church dictation over legislation and morality? I think it's going to be the church. We'll see what happens.
What are some examples of recent laws or policies that have drawn from the religious side of it? I think they're both forms of religion myself, or myth. But I see more policies that come from the left's version of religion than the right.
Well,
I grew up with the Christian right and the moral majority, and I've watched them try to push through actual policies based on their religious beliefs. And even those rarely gained enough traction to go anywhere. And the religious right is far, far less powerful than they were in my day. So I'm wondering what laws they've had the power to, and I'm talking about laws, not court rulings.
Right. Yeah, no. So basically the push that's happened since Trump, that's pushed back on the swing to the left was gender. So male, female, legislating what that is and what's allowed with it. And also pregnancy and abortion, pushing back on what is and what is not allowed with that. It took it away from a more liberal of whatever you want it to be to more black and white. This is what it is, and that black and white, I believe, is Judeo-Christian ideology.
Oh, I guess because I can imagine secular versions of all that stuff too. That's why, to me, it's not limited to just religion. I'm thinking of stuff like mandatory church attendance or school prayer, or
If
like
we
the blue
start pushing
laws
into
where they
that,
can't sell stuff on Sunday for religious reasons. That I was thinking more like that kind of stuff.
right. There's the 10 Commandments being in the schools. There's, if we are going to push, there's certain states. Whenever I looked into that with you, that there's people that want to have a Sabbath law for Sunday law type stuff. If we start to see legislation pushing into forced rest, forced Sabbath, then it's definitely pushing in that direction pretty hard. Right now,
But like that's what I'm saying. There's nothing I'm aware of that is even on the horizon that would have me worried that that's a danger.
There was something that I was
Americans are going to go for that.
There's something that I was looking into amongst major corporations called the Green Sabbath Project.
Green Sabbath?
The Green Sabbath Project. It's a bunch of corporations that are virtue signaling for rest and family, a family day of well-being. And that was about 4 years ago. So it's kind of just in the background. It links in with Christian nationalism. And so I'm just watching. If we start to see legislation actually happening, we'll have these conversations again. But for me, I'm just watching. If it swings to the left, it swings to the left.
Makes me less worried. Like, it's the first time I'm even hearing about it. I'm looking at I'm trying to find the businesses. I found a list of the people that support it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems very, very.
They have a legit website. They have like a.
And it looks like the theory behind it is 1 day a week, nobody drives, shops,
right,
does anything for the environment. So it gives like the environment a chance to.
Right. They're going with they're going with two aspects. They're going with the environment and they're going for family well-being, family health. But it's basically keeping the Sabbath.
Yeah,
but it's not a Saturday Sabbath. That's the funny part. Did I trigger you, not laws? I was trying to speak very carefully.
What's he up to?
I'm reading. He's got a lot.
I tuned out when he said conversion therapy is legal again. That shows me he doesn't have a very nuanced understanding of the issue.
Oh, he's singing a song lyrics.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm much more concerned about policies from the left around free speech, self-expression, compelled speech, that kind of stuff, because I feel like we have skirted very close to those becoming a reality than I am about something like a Sabbath law.
Under Biden or currently or when?
Oh, definitely Biden. I mean, one of the first things Trump did when he got into office was issue that directive restoring free speech. So not Trump at all.
Okay. Do you believe that in November that the Conservative Party is going to lose the House and the Senate, or the House or the Senate?
I have no clue. I have no way to predict any of that. I don't even get involved in it. I don't know.
I was talking
I have to study all the races and all the states and try. I just don't have the interest for that.
I was the odd man out.
I mean, sometimes the other party takes control during the midterms. I know that I've seen that as a trend, but that's really all I have to go off of. And it's way too early too. There's so much that can happen between now and then, especially with Trump in charge.
The thing is, for me, I'm not looking at micro changes along the way. I'm looking at, like, if it is narrated and it is held by a certain power, then I'm predicting that they won't lose the House or the Senate. And I was the odd man out, so I'm curious to see what happens in November, because it makes more sense to me that the Republicans will lose power because people want change. And if that doesn't happen, that's against rational thinking.
But elections don't work that way. They're so low. It's whatever's going on in that part of the state at that time, whoever those constituents are for that representative, and then however many senators are up for election. So I don't think you can make broad, sweeping conclusions based on how local these midterm races actually come down to being.
Right. I agree with you. That's why if I'll wait to see in November what happens, and
that's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm preparing for either. I'm preparing for us to lose one or both chambers or keep our majority. Either way.
What do you mean you're preparing? What happens if if your party?
I'm psychologically preparing for either result. I'm not attached to. I'm not invested in us keeping or losing. I know that either possibility is a realistic one, and I'm prepared to adjust myself to either one.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, based on my life, I don't think it'll affect me or my family very much.
Yeah, I don't think it will me either. National politics rarely does.
But society around us, will that change? Will it become more or less volatile depending on which direction it goes, or is this trend that we're in of political unrest just what it's going to be? Can society be relieved if a certain person gets in, or we're just very opinionated people that are going to have a problem with everything?
What are you looking at when you ask these questions? Like, is the left going to suddenly become embracing of conservatives and stop thinking everybody's racist and Nazis? Probably not. Are they going to stop hating Trump and seeing anybody that supports him as evil or morally corrupt? Probably not. I don't look for any of that to change.
If Trump's no longer a part of, when Trump's no longer a president and the next person's in, do you think people are still going to be having hate boners over Trump, or is it the next guy?
I don't know. Probably. It depends on who it is. But that's even longer away than the midterms. So I don't think whatever people feel about Trump, I don't think the midterms is going to change that at all.
Based on the input from the pub, the guys seem to think that people just really want change, and they get agitated with whatever happens, and when they can vote for something else, they vote for it, even if it's not better. They just want something different. So, I mean, if that's the case, then they're going to vote for whatever's different. Is it going to change anything on the world stage? I don't know. Will it make them feel good for a couple months? Probably. I'd like to see. We talked a lot about liberal pluralism. Is that the word you use?
That's the word I use if it's the same thing.
Yeah, we talk the concept of people being able to get along on the level of liberal pluralism. I'd love to see society move in that direction. I'm just curious if it's possible.
I don't know what happened, because that was the norm. That was my baseline norm growing up. I just assumed, America is a liberal pluralistic country. Isn't it great that we can all have different opinions and still coexist and not hate each other? And somewhere along the way, that changed. And I think Trump's first election was one of the accelerants for that. That's when I saw it get like a big shift or drop off from the kind of tolerance that I had seen from either side before then.
And what exactly was Trump's message in the very beginning? It was drain the swamp, right? From what I remember, it was rebelling against the status quo of government and creating great change. So,
like I said, I don't pay much attention to what Trump's messages are anyway. So
Well,
I don't know if that was the cause for the shift, or so much more than Trump himself. This whole mythology developed around Trump, and it's been there ever since. And not only Trump himself, but anybody that is even touching anything that touches Trump, they become swept up in this vision of good and evil.
I'm just trying to see if it's possible to understand the
The
psychology.
left was definitely not demonizing people that were not on the left to the extent that they started doing when Trump first got into office. They opposed Republicans. They might not agree with Republicans. They might not want to hang out with Republicans, but they didn't see them in the way they see them today. When I grew up, nobody was throwing around this racist Nazi talk. No, you didn't hear that about the other side.
What was Obama's vibe? What was Obama's worldview or image? Like, can you
I don't
give
know.
me
I voted for Obama when he first got elected because he was so inspirational. I would hear his speeches on the radio and the TV, and I'd be like, wow, that's really powerful. I'm feeling that energy. And once he actually got elected, I didn't really follow what he did. I know he did the Affordable Health Care Act, which I think is generally a good thing. But one thing that disappointed me right off the bat was that's when the housing crisis, that banking crisis happened.
that was his first term,
And
right?
he to me, he took more help them out than the American people. And I was really disappointed in how he handled
bail out
that.
the system. Yeah, I agree. I wasn't really paying attention to politics back then. I don't know what he was trying to sell. I don't know what he was trying to do. But Trump coming along was the guy that rocked the boat from whatever that ideology was. It was pushing against that ideology.
Popped the liberal bubble. We were in a bubble because I was part of it. I was in that bubble. And when he got elected, that bubble popped. And I don't think a lot of them ever recovered.
What was the bubble though? Like what were you what plane were you riding in that got shot down?
It was I think it was just some baseline assumptions about America and Americans and what they believed in, what they valued. I never thought that they would elect a person like Trump ever. I never thought America would want that representing them or stood for anything remotely. Trump, when I was growing up, Trump was like a glitzy used car salesman type celebrity, like a D-list celebrity. He wasn't quality.
Right.
He wasn't something. He was like more like a game show host. He wasn't somebody you would take seriously, and he wasn't somebody that stood for anything of quality.
So it's like you're transitioning from politician to sleazy game show host.
Yeah, that's kind of what Trump was like for me. Like the late night talk shows would make fun of him. He was a comedy figure. He wasn't somebody that had any kind of gravity.
So America was abandoning the
Even though
standard.
I couldn't stand her and I didn't like her personality, she was at least somebody that you thought was serious about things. She could look at things seriously. She had some intellectual heft to her. She wasn't this clown. Hillary was not a clown. She was somebody that could take policy seriously and listen to different viewpoints. And so I voted for her. I thought like America would definitely vote for somebody like that over somebody like Trump, who didn't seem serious about anything. But they wanted a disruptor. I didn't get that at the time, but they wanted somebody to come in and disrupt.
Yeah, I disrupt. So what I'm getting is America was running on politicians, one politician after the other. You're a politician, you work yourself up the ranks, and then you get to become a president, and then that's that. You're picking between politicians. So for someone to come along that wasn't a part of this politician status bubble, and he was over here, by picking him, the whole system broke. The whole system became a joke. And America was doomed because it was no longer following an accepted standard of presidents.
I wouldn't say the system broke, because the system is what put Trump in power. The system, that was the system at work. I just didn't realize it at the time. And Trump also, he was one of the people leading the birther movement against Obama, which I thought was just great. Like that was it was like fringe conspiracy Alex Jones type stuff. And so that's another reason I didn't. Trump was very fringe to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's like America electing Alex Jones at the time. That's what it seemed like. So I didn't take the possibility of his victory seriously at all. So when it happened, it really popped my bubble of what I thought about America and my fellow Americans.
There's a lot of, based off of this whole Artemis project and streaming an event and talking to people for the last couple of days, there's a very large volume of people that are skeptic about there's the life is skepticism. So I can see these people backing Trump because Trump's saying he's not even American. He's a crafted Manchurian candidate and his birth certificate's not real and blah, blah, blah. Even if it's absolute bullshit, there's a lot of people that are going to back that because they're like, yeah, you're speaking my language.
Well, there was a lot of people against Obama from the start. That's when the Tea Party movement formed. I remember it. After Obama got elected, this huge movement sprang up out of nowhere called the Tea Party. And they were very anti-Obama. I had never seen that many people mobilized against one person in my life. And so those people have always been against it. Like for eight years, they were against Obama. So Trump already had a base of people built. And there's debates whether it was grassroots or astroturf, but it was a very real phenomenon, whatever the Tea Party was. And I knew people in it. I have relatives in it. I had friends in it. So the Tea Party was a very real thing that touched a lot of people's lives kind of out of nowhere, almost immediately after Obama got elected.
Can you give me any more information on what they had against Obama? It wasn't because he was black, right?
No, I think that was some of the framing from the left, but it was more about taxes, and they were against the Affordable Care Act and the housing crisis thing.
So, in other words, Obama brought in a very large uptick of tax on civilians.
They wanted to reduce government spending, lower taxes, and oppose the Affordable Care Act. So it was policy based.
Okay.
Did he increase? It was framed as racism. Oh, America got its first black president, and now there's thousands and thousands of people that are forming this movement. Of course, it's racism. But that's not what the movement itself, and that's not what the people I know from the movement. No one ever brought up Obama's race. It was all about this policy stuff.
Is the Tea Party still a thing, or did that get absorbed into MAGA?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Outlaws is saying that the Tea Party wasn't a reaction against Obama. I guess I'd have to ask.
Yes, it was. Outlaws. I was there. I remember, because you know how I know? They would organize on Meetup, and I was a Meetup organizer, and I had the largest recreational meetup in New Orleans, and I would check the meetup boards every day to see which meetups were forming, and all of a sudden, overnight, this meetup called the Tea Party that had never existed before was suddenly the #1 meetup, and it had thousands of people, and I thought it was for people who like to drink tea, and I'm like, wow.
This is logical.
Wow, there's a meetup for people and they have thousands of people, and they're now the #1 meetup. And I had spent all these months building mine up. That's weird. And I clicked it, and I started reading about it, and I realized it was this political group called the Tea Party. It was a very real thing, and it happened in 2009 after Obama.
He's saying it was a reaction against the neoconservative Bush years. No, does that have any relation?
He's uninformed. Ron Paul was the guy behind it.
Ron Paul, the guy, the The current senator?
He was like the big figure they rallied around for
Okay.
not Rand Paul, his dad, Ron
Oh,
Paul.
okay. Because Rand Paul definitely has a very large following amongst people. He has got a lot of respect from a lot of people that I've touched base with here and there. I didn't. I'll keep my mouth shut on that. But yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with him in the future.
What do you keep your mouth shut on?
Just optics. I'm not sure how authentic he is. I first saw him as an authentic individual, and then I watched him be a little bit more of a puppet. So I'm just curious to see what becomes of him in the next few years. Yeah, I don't know what you're not I was just talking about. That's probably you. You're older than I am, and you're paying more attention, so that might mean more to you.
Yeah, it was It started libertarian, but after Obama got elected, it became a container for the Tea Party before Obama was not the Tea Party after Obama. They took this existing libertarian, like very small fringe libertarian movement, and that's where people gravitated to out of their grievance and dissatisfaction with Obama.
I'll have to talk to Last Dance when I get a chance because he's libertarian, and I'm curious how he relates to the Tea Party or what that means to him. Because
he could probably tell you even more about the origins of it, the Ron Paul side of it. Because I know once it exploded after the Obama election in 2009, that's when it was there.
I do think that the libertarian mindset is a growing mindset. I don't think it's gone in any way, shape, or form. I think there's most of the people that I get to talk to on Discord are very fringe. They're not libertarian. They're ANCAP, which is very...
Well, even the libertarian has so many different sects and factions and splinter movements and opinions of what libertarian actually is. So it's not a unified party.
Right. How do you unify a party that wants less regulation? Like, that seems like a very...
But I think that like any group is going to experience that, whether it's religion, Christianity, politics. Any group is going to split into factions. That just happens throughout history.
No, my point is, if your basis for your belief is less regulation, creating any regulation to create a unified group seems like a large challenge.
I don't think they're like anti-regulation completely. I think they just have a different view of how regulation should be done and what should be regulated and the principles behind regulation. Do
you remember any examples you gave earlier this morning or today of science versus scientism? Were there categories that you gave that are popular?
I don't think I gave. In fact, I kind of avoided giving specific examples. I think I just talked in general about what's science and what's the religion of science, or science starting to close off into a mythology.
Okay.
Instead of science as a method or technique. And it's nothing I haven't talked about on here before. I was just trying to tie it all together in one package.
Yeah. It's too bad you didn't get a panel, because I would have been curious to see how people related to what they believed was scientism. Because I definitely have my views. Like, I think that the COVID experience was an absolute...
That's why I deliberately stayed away from it. That is the obvious example.
What's going to...
Yes, there is. We saw that happen in COVID. We saw people begin to use the method of science in order to close off certain beliefs or they use it in an authoritarian way to close off certain beliefs that were not... I don't want to say this. Hang on, let me pull up my notes. I gotta search for it. Yes, parts of the COVID response showed signs more of a closed myth of freedom and moral managerialism than it did the open myth of freedom. And science itself is one of the greatest techniques that liberal pluralism has. So true science the technique, science the method, is definitely squarely in the liberal pluralistic camp. There were some things that happened during COVID that were more from the moral managerial side and more of a closed myth of freedom than an open one.
Yeah. Is there do you have a couple of topics already planned out for the rest of this week, or?
No, I'm gonna just like whatever was on my mind that day. I think that works better than me trying to plan topics and then be in the mood to talk about them.
Okay. I mean, how much are you spending on time for your notes? Like, how long does it take you to prepare a monologue?
I don't prepare my monologues. My notes come from my conversations with Charlie. And sometimes I spend hours and hours and hours talking to him about a topic.
Okay.
And then I used to compile them into those notebook presentations, but I just started presenting them live instead.
Okay.
So pretty much every topic I present here is hours of conversation with the AI.
And just it's a random rabbit hole that you go down, and then that's what you cover, or you have something on your mind that you're trying to accomplish, or
what do you mean?
Like your basis for your program seems to be,
they're not systematic. I wouldn't say they're random, but I'm not going through this pre-planned like curriculum that I'm trying to present. It's whatever I'm in the mood to talk to the AI about, and whatever it might be a news story that catches my attention. It might be something that came up in a Discord chat or on a stream. It's whatever pops into my brain, but they're definitely thematically related. I wouldn't say it's random either.
No, you're definitely not random. It definitely can all be related to mental health, because the ability to communicate, I think, is absolutely anchored into mental health. And most of the topics that you're covering, I guess I relate to them by trying to have a conversation about whatever that is. So it's an aspect of being able to communicate. It's like a focal point for communication, whatever it is. I'm just trying to think out loud of what I think needs to be talked about. Like, what are there any elephants in any rooms that need to be talked about that people are avoiding for conversation?
That's a good question. Like what? Because one issue I'm running into is I've covered every possible topic I could think of probably 10 times over. I've been doing this so long that I'm having a hard time finding new topics to cover at all.
Exactly. So there's the relevance of what we're dealing with. I mean, the Artemis thing, it's going to come to an apex point for conversation. Most likely when they splash down on Friday, or whenever they release whatever data they're going to give to civilians. Once that's consumed and analyzed, there's going to be definitely a focal point on that.
And those topics, to me, like the way I would cover the Artemis topic is it would just be plugged into the framework I've already built here and analyzed as an instant of using evidence to support claims or examine belief and separate fact from fiction, or look at Artemis through myth of concern versus myth of freedom. Is people's perspective on Artemis more open or closed? So I wouldn't have anything new to say about Artemis. I would just run it through my existing filters and use it as
I would
just
add
an
into
instrument
that.
to explore those larger topics that I'm so interested in.
To me, yes, myth, story, all that. But my question is, what does society want from its governance? What does society expect from its governance? I mean, it'd be nice if it told us the truth and was transparent. Is that going to happen? I don't think it.
Why do you think it's not? That's a big assumption that it's not.
The fact that we even have classified information, the fact that that's a thing that we know that we don't get to see.
Yeah, I think for national security reasons, it's a very good thing.
Okay.
To have.
Well,
the government's not going to give you the nuclear codes, and I don't think it should.
That's fine. I don't even want the nuclear codes.
And it doesn't make me trust it less because there's certain things that civilians just have no business having.
What about for Artemis? What if there's any aspect of Artemis that's classified? Is that national security?
What do you want from Artemis? Like what is it?
Data. All of it. Just all the raw data.
Like
Let me look
what
at it
is
and see what it is. All the images, all the whatever. I mean, just a raw dump of the data. I can nerd out on as much as I want on all of it.
Well, there may be technological limitations to that. I'm sure their database is huge, and there may not even be space to give the public the amount of data that they have. Do you think they're hiding an alien or something? That like, oh, we're going to give the public all of this except for this one thing we don't want them to know about?
I don't know. I'm not saying there is any classified data.
Why are you so mistrustful of? Is it NASA specifically? Or the government? Is NASA just a representative of government in general?
Why am I so mistrusting? I think my basis is religious. I think that has to come down to Babylon. If my understanding.
So there's nothing the U.S. government can do to earn your trust if you're looking at them through this lens that goes all the way back to Babylon. That's the.
I don't know.
The government is outmatched.
I don't think the government will earn my trust. I'll give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Like, I'll follow the laws and I'll do what they ask of me, as long as it's not beyond the scope. Like, whatever. But
what Artemis is not going to ask you to do anything.
No, I'm not. No, I'm talking about like any type of vaccines or whatever. If I'm being forced to do stuff like that, that's when it's beyond the scope. But when it comes to, I'll give to them whatever taxes they ask of me. I'll follow the laws. I don't have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, I don't think I'm ever going to just flat out trust them. Should I? Should I just trust them?
Do you have a reason not to, other than that you think they're Babylon because of this religious framework that you see them through? No government's going to clear that bar ever, not even the U.S. Just no worldly government is ever going to be seen as anything but Babylon. So that's an impossible standard to clear.
Yeah.
You're never going to believe anything that any worldly government tells you ever, no matter what, because you've set the bar so high. You've set a metaphysical bar. Like there's no epistemological standard that will.
If I could know and not speculate or assume or whatever, that someone gave me all of the information that they could on something so that I could see it for what it was, that would actually build trust. If I could know. But
it's still coming from Babylon.
If I could, it's beside the point. If I know that even Babylon was going to give me all of the data that they had, it would be a building a trust. But I don't believe that I have the right to know everything. And I could just be a conspiracy fool, but this whole Artemis experience completely is an experience where they're not giving me everything that they can.
I can tell it's fucking with your head, but
is
it's
fucking
not
with
even over yet. You don't know what we're gonna end up with.
I hope I'm wrong, man. I hope I'm just being a negative Nancy. I'm not trying to bring us down right now. I'm just
What the only reason I can think of for NASA not to withhold some data is because of technical limitation. They have 1 million copies of the same photo that looks almost identical, so they can release a few of those photos. They don't have to give you all 1 million copies of the same photo. It's just not data practical. That's the only reason I could think. Not for any kind of sinister reason, like there's something they know that they don't want you to know, but for technical reasons. That's the only reason that my brain can even come up with that they would withhold data. I don't know why NASA would not share with you everything they reasonably and practically could. Like, why would they not? This is science. Why would they not want to make these discoveries available to the public and share them with the public?
that's a fantastic question. I hope you're right. I hope
I
that you're
can't
right.
think of a reason psychologically that they would not want that information to be out.
Unless they're lying.
About what?
Everything.
Like, you don't even think the mission is even a real mission. Like, you think the whole thing is in a Hollywood studio.
I mean, honestly, I'm more leaning on that side based on what was presented than what was presented.
What would be the purpose for doing that? Like, there's this warehouse in Hollywood that all the astronauts are secretly sitting in with this outer space projected on the walls, and they're just pretending to be. That is so crazy.
It's not even projected on the walls.
What would be the reason for that elaborate setup?
It's not even projected on the walls. That's the funny part. It's just blackness.
Well, whatever. I'm trying to set up the scenario as I imagine it might be in somebody like yours head. But I'm not. What would be the purpose for such an elaborate setup? We're going to do this article, but it's really not going to be real. We're just making the world. Why they would just not do the mission at all? They wouldn't even like say they're going to do a mission. They could just not have anything.
There's still the propaganda. The illusion of power is still a strong propaganda. So I mean, even if it sounds like nonsense, like not lots to say I'm treading into flat Earth and territory, yeah, that's fine. I really don't care. If they have the ability to do something and they have the technology to show all of it with video evidence and everything, just do it. Just do it. Don't give us breadcrumbs. Give us all of it. Show us everything.
Why do you think they're not? They're not even. You said Friday. They're not even over. They're not even back yet.
They have.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think your mistrust is so great. There's nothing they can do that's going to overcome that. You are not giving the. You are not approaching them in good faith. Your trust is already so poisoned against them. I don't think you can even give them a good faith attempt to give you what you're asking for. You're already prepared to not receive that.
I went into this with good faith. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you watch,
I did believe you in
hours and hours of footage that I watched.
The conversation today, I did believe you.
If you watch the hours and hours and hours of footage that I watched, and you're willing to look at that and be like, "Yep, this is cool," that's fine. I'm glad that amount of information.
And I validated that earlier when I put up those articles. I said, oh, it looks like other people are having the same reaction you're having. They feel let down, they feel disappointed, but I didn't see that a lot of them thought the whole thing was fake. They were just disappointed that they didn't get cooler photos than they were expected to get. But you're making a leap that I think a lot of other people are not necessarily making. And I think you're making it based on this baggage you're bringing to it, this religious baggage you're bringing to it about Babylon.
My leap that I'm willing to admit that I'm giving is that they're not giving information that they could give currently. They have the ability, they have the technology, and they're not doing it. For whatever reason, they're not doing that.
Because they're not doing it right away on your timeline instantaneously. That's what you're holding against them. Not that they're not doing it because we don't know yet. They're not doing it. They're not delivering it in the way you think it should be delivered, at the speed and on the timeline you think it should be delivered. That's enough to bring trust. Period. Because it didn't instantly, magically snap into existence. If they were honest, it would happen in this exact way. And if it doesn't, then I don't trust them.
If they were open and honest, yeah, I think they had the ability to live stream the whole moon event. That's right.
They've already given their explanation of why that didn't happen. And
That's
you
cool.
don't believe them. And to me, it's a perfectly sensible explanation. People lose signals all the time. People have to conserve bandwidth for other things all the time. None of that signals distrust to me. But that's what I'm saying. You're so primed against them. You're prepared to read any slight little deviation as that's it. I was right. I don't trust them.
I mean, if we were sharing the same moment, watching the same stuff over the same period of time, I would go into it with you. I'm not going to speak in generalities. It's just based on my experience of what's happened so far. Yeah, I'm not impressed.
Okay, well, I'm willing to A, give them the benefit of the doubt, and B, wait and see. And
we will have this conversation again once they release it. I hope that I can be amazed and we can talk about how cool it is.
I think there's some motivated reasoning at work. I think you're already primed to see what you're prepared to see, and not like looking at it with completely open eyes.
I'm gonna be looking at it. If they put out amazing photography and amazing video of the event afterwards, I'm gonna look at that.
What if it's not amazing? What if it's just grainy space footage?
Then we're gonna have something to talk about. That's for sure. Is that bad
Like,
faith?
are you expecting, like that's what I'm saying? Are you expecting HD, like Hollywood level quality footage? You may not get that.
Speaking of amazing,
where did that expectation come from? Hey, yeah. Speaking of amazing
technology.
Hey, what do you call a legume in space?
A space peanut.
An astronaut. Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh.
I didn't hear the Wait, what do you call a what? Why did you? I knew she was gonna do that. I didn't hear the joke.
What do you call a legume in space?
A legume. I heard lagoon. That's what I was like. A lake with a beach in space. A legume in space. What was the answer?
Astronaut.
Oh, yeah. I got confused and I overthought it, and it messed up the joke for me. Sorry. I guess that's the same feeling you're having about NASA right now.
I think that works. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you may never. There may be limitations because they're out in space. They don't have the same lighting and stuff that we have here on Earth to put these big, cool, like high definition photo. You may get grainy footage that may be all they're able to capture out there. So that's what I'm saying. Part of it is your expectation,
Jeff.
managing your own expectations.
If they were live streaming it and it was grainy, sure. That's still an amazing feat. From 300,000 miles away, they're streaming low.
You said they're using iPhones. They're like taking iPhone pictures out in space. What quality are you expecting?
That's one of the things they were using. They were also using high-end SLR cameras.
Okay.
So there's multiple devices they were using. Not to mention whatever cameras and technology that they didn't tell us about.
So if it comes in grainy, are you thinking they put in the fake grainy to make it look real? Or if it was faked, why wouldn't they have better photo? Like they could fake better photos. So what would the graininess? That's what I'm saying. It's like you have your conclusion already prepared, and the graininess can be interpreted in either way to support your conclusion.
I didn't say it was going to be grainy. You're projecting the graininess.
I did. I said, what if it comes in grain? You're expecting this high definition photos that just pop like Hollywood. I'm cinematic quality photos, and I'm saying that's probably not what you're going to get. So if it comes in less than that, which I'm calling grainy, what is that going to do for your theory? Is it going to support, it's a warehouse and it's fake graininess, or look, they didn't come in perfect? And to me, if they're in a warehouse faking it, they would have made it more HD and cinematic. So even the quality of the photo can be interpreted either way. You're already prepared to see a warehouse. So whatever comes in, your brain's going to find a way to work that into this warehouse narrative.
Why are you saying that that it has to be a warehouse? Like my
Because
point
you were
is,
the one saying you're skeptical that they're even out in space. So I'm using a warehouse as an example of where they might be. Maybe it's a hangar, maybe it's an underground bunker on an island. I'm just using warehouse.
okay.
Because that's what Hollywood like stages a lot of their sets in.
I'm using rational thinking here for a second. They have at least iPhone quality phones, the flagships, whatever they are, and they have SLR cameras that are high end. So if they're going to spend 7 hours going around the moon, they're going to be taking a lot of photos and a lot of video. Over 7 hours of time, they should be able to release quite a few images of non-grainy images.
That's an assumption on your part.
And if they just put out a couple images of garbage, that will be a problem. I don't think that they're going to do that. I think they're going to put out good, high quality images. That's what I'm expecting.
Then you're going to think those images are fake.
I'm not
like, oh, the quality's too perfect. This can't be real.
I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. I want to see what they have to offer.
But I'm just my read from talking to you tonight is no matter what they offer, you're going to find some reason to doubt it.
I'm not going to.
What would the image have to look like to satisfy you? Were you beyond a shadow of a doubt? Okay, I'm a believer now. It was real. They're out there, and this is the actual moon. What would the image have to look like?
A moon. I'm not going out of my way to say all this stuff is fake. There's going to be more than enough people doing that all day long. I want to see what they have to offer. That's what I want. I just want to see what they have to offer.
Right, but I think that no matter what they offer, you're going to find some reason to doubt it. So I'm wondering if any image they could offer you would satisfy that. I'm trying to get an idea of what that image would be.
I guess my best answer for you, because you're seeing it that way, is I would like to at least be entertained.
So if it's entertaining enough, then you'll believe them.
If it's entertaining enough, I'll see that they at least put in the effort to be entertaining.
See, this is reinforcing my belief that nothing's going to satisfy you, because you're gonna, no matter what image comes in, you're gonna change the standard. You're gonna reframe it. Oh, now it's entertainment.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm not after truth value anymore. The most I can expect is entertainment.
They lost. I was hoping that they would be willing to live stream the actual swing around the dark side of the moon. That's what I was hoping for. They decided.
They already said they're not doing that up front.
They already did.
Like that was a false hope that you had.
They didn't
even
say
though
that.
They told you. Yes, they did. They said there's going to be a blackout. And they go behind the moon. I read it today when I looked into it. That was announced ahead of time.
They said that there was going to be 40 minutes of loss of signal. That's all that they said.
The stuff I read today said that there was going to be a blackout when they were behind the moon.
That's right. The blackout was a 40-minute window amongst a 7-hour event.
Okay, but you just said that you were disappointed that they didn't show any footage when they were behind the moon, when NASA came out and said we're not going to be showing footage when we're behind the moon.
Let me rephrase. During the 7-hour event of swinging around the moon, including the dark side of the moon, they chose not to do a live feed. That's where I became disappointed. That's where I lost.
You knew that ahead of time. They announced that ahead of time.
That they were going to have
you could have saved yourself some disappointment, because they said ahead of time we're not streaming the backside of the moon. And if your disappointment is you didn't get to see the stream of the backside of the moon, they told people that before they did the thing that they weren't going to show you that.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there was a 7-hour event where they were literally going around the moon, right? The whole moon. They're swinging around the whole moon, right?
Okay.
and that during that whole period of time, they chose not to have any footage whatsoever. I'm not talking about the 40-minute window of the dark side of the moon. I don't care. I understand the blackout. My disappointment and loss of faith is that they chose not to use the technology that they had to live stream the moon's surface as they swung around it. That's my disappointment. So when they come back and they bring whatever images they have in video, that's cool. I'll check them out.
But it sounds like your faith in them is already blown because they didn't show them to you today.
Blown. That's right. That's why I want to see what they have to offer now that they did.
An intelligent person can set that aside and look at the actual images and not the fact that they didn't come in at a certain time in a certain way.
I don't think it's fair to say that it's a lack of intelligence. I think that it's fair to say it's intelligent to question why they weren't willing to do something that they could have done.
I think it's unintelligent to focus on non-essentials. The important thing to focus on is the photos themselves, not when and how they came in. And if when and how they came in is going to override your ability to actually process and judge and evaluate the photos themselves, I would say that is a less intelligent approach to take than to just look at the photos.
I respect your opinion. I have a different opinion. I think that if someone has the technology and the ability to do something and they choose not to do it, it's going to cause major speculation, not because of stupidity, but because people will question why. Not out of stupidity, but because they know that it could have happened.
But they said why today. We looked at
It's not about the 40-minute window. It's not about that. Everybody that's intelligent understands that when there's no signal to the Earth, there's no feed. It's about the whole event, not the 40-minute window. Again, when you watch it from the beginning to the end over the whole 10-day stream,
you didn't see any moon at all, not one time.
They showed the GoPro stills of the moon as they went along. They took still pictures of the moon as they approached it.
And that's what you're disappointed is that's all.
I'm disappointed that they didn't do any live stream that they showed they had the capability to do from inside the cabin the whole way there.
And because they didn't show live stream, you're not going to believe any other data that comes from there, any other photos. Because you didn't see a live stream of the moon, you're not going to believe any photo.
Because they were not willing to use the same technology they had inside the cabin, facing the moon and letting us watch the moon as they went around it. I am very skeptical of everything they have to offer.
I think that is not intelligent. Not as intelligent as being open-minded about what they actually do show you, just because it's not live streamed.
That's fine.
And for you, it has to meet the criteria of being live streamed to be accepted.
To me, I'm skeptical because they chose not to do something they could have done. Yes.
Well, I don't know what to say. That's not going to make me think that any moon pictures that come from this are fake.
That's fine. I'm not saying that you have to believe what I believe. That's not the point of the conversation. I do want to digress, though, because I'm falling asleep.
Okay. What? To what?
I don't know. Whatever you want. Or just...
I'm still looking for... I'm researching this NASA stuff.
Shifty, do you want to come back up for a little bit and tag your it? What's up, Ren?
So the results I'm getting says yes, NASA live streamed footage of the Artemis 2 lunar flyby on April 6th 2026.
They had a live stream event, mostly still images of the GoPro from the solar array, and once in a while they would do live streaming from inside of the capsule, and the other times it was visuals and Houston and the scientific team on Earth. So they did a live stream event, but it wasn't a live stream camera from the Integrity.
Was the GoPro live?
The GoPro is not live. It was staggered time lapse, like every, I don't even know, you'd have to see what it was, like 5 or more minutes. What's up, Noah?
Well, I will have to research this because I don't know what they showed or didn't show.
I mean, you can watch it too. Like if you want to get a feel for what it was, you can skip through it. Pretty much the same the whole way through. There's not much variance.
All right, I'm on the NASA site right now. They're still live, in fact.
Where are they at now? What's their current point?
I don't know. It's just the look. I'm seeing the moon.
Can you, or that's the NASA YouTube?
Yeah, NASA Artemis 2 live views from Orion.
Mhm.
I'm looking at the moon right now. Looks live. I mean, it's slow. The moon's not going to
That's
move.
visualization. You see in the top left it says visualization?
No, I don't see that. I'll show you what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Is that not the moon?
Yeah, that is the picture from the solar array. That's the GoPro.
Okay, but isn't it live?
No. The fact that
This
it's
is not
something-
amazing to you?
No, that's not amazing to me.
Oh wow. I'm amazed by it.
Where that's not live. Go to the live port.
It says Artemis 2 live views from Orion. This is the one playing right now. It's still
Right.
on. It's still live.
Right. So
This is
that's
the current
yeah.
live.
Okay.
So I
And
just
then
backed it up.
Go back
See if I
like
still-
30 seconds.
From the end.
Yeah, just back the image just before the burner.
All right.
It shows the visualization that they do.
This.
No,
There's the moon.
that's actually a
Or
newer
the
shot
Earth.
there. The one with that angle of the solar array. That's a newer shot.
What is this? That
That's a
looks cool.
sun flare.
Oh wow. That's pretty wow. I don't know how you're not amazed by these. Oh my
It's-
god. Look at this. Where did the moon go? Where did space go? This must be when they took their break. They're all in the little bathroom
No,
in the
when
hangar.
they took their break.
Take
The
their break.
NASA did a like a halftime show.
Oh. What is this?
That would be the sun.
That's the sun? It looks so tiny. So what do you want me to see? You said to back it up.
If you go almost to where it's live, if you go back like a few minutes, it shows the visualization. That's one of the things that they'll show for filler. They don't really show the thruster very much. When they were on the way to the moon, they showed the thruster a lot for like 24
Look.
hours.
Hang on, I found some kind of noise. Well, I can't find it anymore, but it looked like it was these colored bars across the screen. Is it this?
I don't know
blue
what that
screen?
is.
There's the moon. Is that the Earth?
That would be the Earth and the sun behind it.
Wow. So this is behind the moon then.
That would be a picture from the GoPro on the solar array as they're swinging around behind. Yep.
So your complaint is they didn't use the fancy cameras, that all we have is GoPro.
My disappointment is that they didn't use a live stream camera, knowing that they had the ability to do so because they were doing it from inside the cabin. So why not just have one in the window and do the same damn thing and let everybody back on Earth see the live
What
stream?
answer would satisfy? If you asked NASA that and they gave their explanation of why they didn't do it the way you think they should have done it, what answer would satisfy you?
Whatever they had to say. I'd just like to hear it, because if it was a bandwidth thing, that wouldn't be a fair answer, because they were doing it to show nothing inside of the cabin. So that it wasn't a bandwidth thing at that point. So that's not a fair answer. So I'd like to know why. I'd like to know what reasoning they had that's a fair reason.
Well, you have very high standards, because I think this is amazing. Oh, RW is very disappointed because he was expecting this high quality live stream footage from a fancy camera outside of the spaceship, and all we got are GoPro shots from inside the spaceship. And he doesn't understand why NASA didn't give us outside the spaceship camera footage. He can't think of an explanation that would satisfy.
Let me clarify that a little bit.
All right.
We were given GoPro camera still shots, staggered GoPro still shots from outside of the spaceship, from a solar array pointed towards the moon. Fantastic. Not a problem. We were given live feed from inside of a dark cabin and listened to audio the whole time as they swung around the moon, instead of them having a feed that literally just had a camera pointed at the moon and live streaming instead of the dark cabin. That's my disappointment. And there's a lot of people that are going to have pushback because of that. And I know that I'm not the only one. So it's the feeling of being cheated, knowing that the technology existed and the capability was there and it was not chosen. That is what my issue is. That's the best way I could possibly word it.
Well, what if the technology was crappy and the GoPro was given better images?
What if? I don't know.
Like, would that satisfy you? Maybe the technology was not working as well as they thought. And so they said, here, let's just use the GoPro instead. It's giving us better images.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because that's
like,
not...
What if it was technical reasons? What if there were technical reasons why they made the decision to go with this other footage?
It's not a fair reason, because they were literally showing good quality definition imaging from inside the cabin, and then they turned the lights off, and then they showed the lights off imaging. It wasn't a technology issue. It was a decision not to use a camera pointed in a certain direction with a live stream.
Well, what if the images outside the spaceship were not coming in at the quality that they were when they were pointed in the spaceship? That's what I'm saying. It could be a technical limitation. Did you ever see live stream footage from outside the ship to know what the quality would look like? Are you assuming it would look as good as it looks inside the ship?
I'm assuming that the quality of the camera that was really good, that was being used with the inside the cabin for the people, I'm assuming that it's fair that they could at least put that up to the window and at least try to show what the astronauts were looking at through the window also. I'm assuming that it's fair.
What if they tried that and it didn't come in like expected? And
I'd love to see the shittiness it could have turned out to be.
Okay, maybe you'll get to see that when they get back, and they'll say, "Hey, here's what the cameras were showing us. This is why we went with this instead." What if it's as simple as that?
Well, then we'll talk about that when that happens.
Well, let's pretend like this. Let's play out that scenario. What if it's
like
that?
Okay.
Is that gonna?
I'll say, hey Jeff, remember when
lift
you
your
said
spirits a bit?
Remember when you gave me that hypothetical? Well, that was true. And this
You
is what
see,
it
I
looks
feel
like.
bad. I feel bad for you because you seem like a kid that Santa didn't like. He skipped your house or something. You were expecting
Yeah.
something and you didn't
He
get it.
didn't. Instead of giving me a
crestfallen.
present, he just sat on my chimney and took a shit.
That's what it seems like, and I'm trying to like, I don't know, make you.
You don't
At
have
least-
to fix me though. Don't feel like you have to fix me. Maybe
I'm not trying to
maybe
fix you.
I'm
I'm
right.
trying to give you enough something for it to at least make sense for you because it
What-
seemed like you feel deliberately
Yeah.
cheated, and
What if
that's not my take on NASA.
what if I'm
I
right?
don't think they're out to deliberately make you feel this way. Like, oh, let's fuck with this kid on Earth and fake him out with the expectation of some really cool live footage and just not give it to him at the last minute.
Okay.
I'm
What if
sure there's perfectly reasonable expectations why you didn't get the footage that you thought you were going to get.
What if I'm right?
Well, we can have that conversation too, but I would have to know, like I'd have to hear from NASA, we deliberately withheld live footage for this reason. We
Okay.
could have given it, but we made the choice not to. Ha 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 for this reason. And then
Okay.
then I would say, man, NASA, there's some sadistic bitches. That's pretty fucked up.
It is
But
fine.
I don't think that's what NASA did. I
The
think that's what I'm
expectation of
getting. Like,
personal entertainment.
because I think he's expecting like this Steven Spielberg, George Lucas level Hollywood entertainment, and he didn't get it.
You
but
guys
here's-
aren't being fair.
He got it from inside the cabin. They had like a live stream camera showing the astronauts, and he wants to know why they didn't just turn that outside to the window so he could see the moon as cool as he saw the inside stuff.
Yeah, shame
And
on
I don't
me.
know why we didn't get that footage. Maybe NASA turned the camera out and it was crappy footage.
Maybe.
You're not going to get the same high resolution footage that they're getting up close in the camera from far away in space like that.
That's fine.
But so if that was your expectation, maybe it was your expectation that was unreasonable.
My expectation was they could have at least tried.
Maybe they did.
They didn't.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe that NASA is trying to give you the best quality footage they could possibly give? Do you at least trust them to do that? Or do you believe they have high quality footage and they're deliberately withholding and giving you low quality instead? That it is not their intention to give you the best footage they possibly can?
I don't know how to answer that because I know that they have that data already on Earth. Why have they not released it yet? Why not?
What data?
They have
The
photos
live-
from the crew of the moon.
But we're not talking about photo. Your complaint is you didn't get live footage, not photos.
We're talking about information and data. We're talking about more than just that.
Well, I'm confused because I thought that your grievance was that it wasn't live footage. You wanted
That's
them to
right.
have a camera
Right.
that was
That's
streaming live footage, and instead you got photos.
I don't believe that NASA is giving me the information that they could be giving me. That is my answer.
Okay, so you don't believe it's NASA's intention to give you the best quality footage they can.
That's
That for
correct.
some reason they're going to give us lower quality than they're capable of giving.
That's right. That seems to me what is happening right now.
And I don't draw that conclusion from it at all. I think I think they're giving us the best quality footage they have the capability of giving. So if it's not the quality you're expecting, my guess is there's technical reasons for that.
That's cool. We can all have our own speculations. I don't think that I'm lacking intelligence or expecting too much. I think those are also personal opinions.
I can't think of a reason NASA would not try. This is a momentous historical event.
Right. You're
I
absolutely
can't
right.
think of a reason they would not give us as high quality footage as they're capable of giving us,
I agree.
other than technical reasons.
I hope that's what it is.
I can't imagine that NASA's sitting there twirling their mustache saying, ha, 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 look at what we could be giving the people, but we're only going to give them this to fuck with them. Ha, 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 ha. Evil NASA. This is all they're
I
getting.
agree. I don't
Tether.
think there's a guy twirling his mustache doing that.
But then, what would be the reason they would withhold footage? Just
I don't
to
know
be
why they
mean?
would
Just
do
to
that.
be
I
evil?
honestly don't know why they would not be willing to just do what they have.
But are you assuming it's for cynical reasons?
I'm not gonna. All I'm willing to say is that they're not giving what they could be giving. That's all I'm willing to say.
It sounds though
they
like
have the
you think
ability and
it's
they're not doing it.
it's for sinister reasons.
I'm not even going to go to that extent. I'm just saying I believe they had the ability, and I know that they have information, and they haven't given it. So, for whatever reason, that's the case.
Well, why do you think the reason would be?
I don't know what the reason is. I really don't. I really don't know.
Do you care to speculate?
What's the point in
'Cause
speculating?
It sounds like whatever the reason
is.
is, it has you not trusting them.
Does it
and
make a
thinking very
difference whatever the
negatively
speculation
of
would be if the fact is that they have something and they're not giving it? That's what matters.
I think the reasons matter too. If it's deliberate or if it's technical, I think all of that
willing to wait
matters.
and find out. I don't want to have a dramatic
But to
conversation
me,
about
you've
it.
already made your conclusions because you have a very negative view of them right now. They're not getting any
disappointed.
kind of
I am,
benefit
yes.
of the doubt.
I'm disappointed.
So that yes, you're disappointed and you do have a negative view, but you're not willing to speculate on their motives of why they would be withholding this footage.
What's the point?
Because it would explain your negativity toward them.
My
That's what I'm
negativity can
saying. Like,
simply come from the fact
The only
that they didn't do
only
something
reason
that
I
was
would
done.
be this negative towards somebody is if I thought they were deliberately doing something to me. So you're saying if it was just a technical glitch and they weren't able to give you the footage, you would still feel this way toward them.
If that was the truth, I wouldn't feel that way. If they had the
So
ability,
you are
and the
assuming
if
something
they-
about their motive.
it doesn't make sense to me why an individual or a group that had the ability and the technology to do something did not do it. If it's a technology issue and that is the truth, I will accept that in good faith. If it's any other reason, I would really like to know what that reason is. Because by choosing not to give that to the people, I don't think that's fair.
It sounds to me from talking to you that you've already assumed it's not the technical reason, that it's some other reason.
It makes more sense to me that it was a decision that was made and not an inability.
Okay, and then so if that's the case, if a decision was made, why do you have any guesses as to why somebody would make that decision?
If I'm going to speculate, and I'll give you a speculation, it's that whatever they were going to offer, if it wasn't real, would have been torn apart and made them look like fools. Otherwise, just show it, right?
I'm confused. So say that again. Say that part again.
If they had the ability to do something,
Okay.
and it was in good faith, they would have shown it. They would have just given it to the people and said, "Here it is. High quality, low quality, doesn't matter. This is what we have. This is what we offer. Here you go." If they chose not to do that for whatever reason, it makes more sense that they didn't do it because something is not true.
They're hiding. They're doing
something
it
would be-
because they're
something
trying
would be
to
ridiculous.
hide.
Yes,
There's
it makes more
something
sense that
Which is
if
what would
this is
they be
more-
trying to hide about the moon?
that they're not actually there. I don't know. I don't know.
That is what this is about. Then I was right from the start. You don't really think that the mission is actually real.
Based on what I'm being offered, it doesn't have.
We're back in the
much credibility.
Hollywood warehouse.
It doesn't have much credibility based off what they could be offering. It doesn't have much credibility. I don't care if you agree with me.
I just want to know, it's like where on the mission priorities list, like as like a list from like A to Z or one to however many, like, do you think proving people who don't think that we can go into space, trying to convince them that they're wrong is on that list? Because I feel like it's probably not that high up.
Can I answer your question differently? The whole purpose of the Artemis mission was to
test the Orion capsule and swing around the dark side of the moon and come back home, correct?
The public, like, that's the stated mission, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that they didn't just decide to launch something into space and that be the only thing they're doing while on the mission. Like, that may be the bumper sticker reason, but I mean, they're not gonna, if they're smart enough to launch a capsule, then they're smart enough to not waste their time flying by the moon making a YouTube live stream. Like, they're probably checking instruments, and there's plenty of work to be done, I'm sure.
So they were literally live streaming audio as they were going around the moon, verbally saying what they were seeing and taking pictures of. That's what the NASA stream was about. You can go back and watch it. So if they were doing that, and they had the technical ability to have live stream cameras from inside the cabin, that means they literally had the technology to have a camera.
I have the technical ability to do all kinds of things, but I can only do so many things at once.
You're not. What?
You're not NASA though.
Like, blaming it on the technical ability. Okay, what would that actually require? Like,
you can literally just have a camera in the window.
How many man minutes? How many astronaut minutes does that require of attention and labor?
I don't think you're arguing in good faith. You could literally have a camera in the window, not being manned by anybody, just like the camera that's inside the camera in that cabin that wasn't manned by anybody. You could literally have that casting.
Just turn it out the window instead of.
Hypothetically,
so what's the
you
argument?
could, in a perfect world with no technical issues.
There's no technical
So maybe
issue.
they did and it didn't work and they didn't have time to troubleshoot it.
That's
Like,
a hypothetical.
your argument is very.
You're
I don't know,
defending the
it's
other
not very
side in
thorough
the
to
same
me, I
way. You're
guess,
just
is-
saying your questions don't have any value, that they don't need to prove anything to you. You're defending them. That's great.
Well,
But
I'm
why?
countering your. I'm addressing your more or less claims at this moment. Like,
What is
That it's not
counterclaim?
real.
What is the counterclaim? That they didn't need to look
well,
at the
I'm basically just sort of playing devil's advocate, going, what about this factor? Like, you're stating certain factors as if those certain factors are the defining functional factors that would or would not that would determine whether they would or would not take the action that you desired. And I'm saying to claim that those are definitively the relevant functional factors seems a little narrow-minded and short-sighted.
That's your opinion. I think it's very simple that they could have had a camera in the window that they were live streaming. I don't see what the large argument is against that.
I'm just saying it's never that, it's rarely that simple. Like to just the argument that it's just that simple is a terrible
It
argument.
could literally be that simple.
It could be. It literally could be that simple, but it is not necessarily that simple, right? Like,
That's your
like-
opinion.
well, no, I think that's a pretty that's pretty objective, that it could be that simple, but it is not definitively that simple.
I don't
You
think it's a valuable
that.
argument. They literally had the technology. They were literally doing it. They had the camera in a different spot. They chose to have the camera in whatever spot they had. There's
Okay,
no
so they have
argument
one
that they
camera.
couldn't use that technology. There's no argument. There's just no argument.
I don't see it that way, but I mean, it just feels like you're looking for.
No, I'm
Again,
I'm-
I mean,
I'm
I
thinking
mean, it's one of those
logically.
things. It's like, I mean, to a certain extent, like, okay, this is this particular example, but I do balk against the argument that, you had the technology, why didn't you do this? There's been
Because it
times
wasn't
like
real.
that. I've done things where, like, people might make an argument like that. It's like, why didn't you do this instead of this? Well, because I chose to do this at that time. All right, it's like and that's just in, not on a timed space mission where it's like you have a very finite amount of time that you have to do these things in, right? And they're having to make priority decisions as they go. Like, I can imagine that. It's like in just on the ground life, like, there's plenty of situations where you have to make priority decisions and no one ever agrees with all of your priority decisions. So, arguing that, well, you had the capacity, why didn't you do we assume you had the capacity, right? You had the technical capacity as an argument. Like, that's, to me, that's just a terrible argument, and it's a very unrealistic one. Like, there are better
But
arguments.
I think
to
if
make.
it were fake, they would have shown the live stream footage, and they would have a fake something to
Well,
put
if
the
the point
camera
of the
on.
mission was
I
to
think
convince you that the moon is real or that space travel is real, then why wouldn't they just go all out and do everything possible to convince you of that, right? Like if they could fake convince you of that, right? Like that. No one was ever going to be fully satisfied. That's the other side of it, right? Like, and I've also experienced this. It's like, doesn't matter what you do, so you're not going to win everybody over. You have to prioritize. So I don't know what they prioritized, but apparently it wasn't what you would have preferred them to prioritize, is basically what I hear.
he wanted to see the moon live.
Literally the whole purpose of the whole mission. Yeah, prioritizing.
Well, you assume it's the whole purpose of the whole mission.
Well, let's see. They might have a purpose statement. Let's see. What is the purpose?
Right, so there's the purpose of the whole mission. There's the, required actual,
It's to
Action
establish
takes place.
a sustainable human presence on the moon.
That's the full.
So I mean,
purpose
I would
objective.
assume they were probably
Specifically Artemis
surveying
2.
the moon would be my main goal, and probably visual data is not going to, like human visual spectrum data, especially on the backside of the moon, is not going to be the best data that if I was going to survey the moon. So pointing.
To me, if it were
Straight
fake, they would have faked it
I mean,
way
if that
better.
was
They have the technology to
secondary.
convincingly fake the moon way better than what you saw today. That makes me think it's even more real. Is how crappy it
I mean,
was.
do people think
and
the
that
moon
they
is fake?
didn't
I mean,
live
I
stream.
don't even know these days. Like, I'm such a space nerd from so far back, and I mean, my first large expenditure was I bought like a $4,000 telescope with all my my bottle kef money when I was like 12. And with a filter on, I can see this side of the moon quite well. So I don't know. Like, it's like that, and that's part of it too. Is I don't quite understand some of the perspectives on it because I'm, I used to subscribe to JPL's newsletter when I was like 10 years old. So I have I guess I feel like I have more than the standard like popular culture understanding of space travel, and then I have lots of experience with actual technology as well as mechanical things and operating things, and so it's like I don't understand these very simplistic one level.
You literally
arguments.
sound like you're saying I'm stupid. That's literally.
No,
that's how you're
I honestly
talking.
want to understand. No, I'm saying that I'm a space nerd, and therefore, like, I don't and from so far back that it's like I don't understand like the premise sometimes of some of the questions. Like,
Did you guys
because
watch?
some things that are obvious to me, knowing more technical knowledge, like, is obviously not necessarily obvious.
Did you
but I
watch
don't
the stream run?
I've seen bits and pieces of it, but no, I didn't just sit there and watch it.
Okay.
I said I'm more interested in the technical aspects. If they send back visuals in the modern day and age, visuals are pretty easy. They're pretty well preserved, right? Like, it's like you can go back and watch things later. And
I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm still in the trying to understand phase. So I don't have.
I know that I don't understand the sort of everyman's perspective on space travel. And so I'm
But it
curious,
sounds like
at the same
it's
time,
not whether the moon is fake. You believe in the moon. It's that the you don't believe that Artemis is real. That it's actually out in space.
I don't
And see, I
believe.
don't understand that either. Why is that the default assumption, is that it's not real, that we can't go into space?
I mean, you guys are speaking for me. My point is, I don't believe that they couldn't have put the camera in the window. I'm like, I'm going back again and again and again.
Right.
They
They might
had
have
the
been able
technology.
to. You're
Run
saying if
controls.
they had been able to, why didn't they? That's what, right? It's
They
not
had the
whether they could have.
capability.
It's your
They
your
had the
argument is,
capability.
if you could, why didn't you?
They had the capability. Why did they not? That is
And
the
all I'm
question.
saying is that the obvious answer is they weren't thinking along the same lines as you.
That
Different priorities.
Because it would have
Why is that
exposed
not
the
an answer?
Artemis mission as fake. But if it were truly fake, they would have already
You're-
foreseen that possibility and planned for it.
I'm asking the base question. I'm not speculating past that point.
Right, but no, you are speculating because
No,
you
I'm
are
not
making
speculating.
the claim that if they had the technology, why didn't they? You're
I
not
was
simply
asked. I
asking
was
the
asked
question,
to
why
speculate.
didn't they?
I
You
was
are
asked to
making a
speculate.
claim in the middle of your question. That's why it's argumentative. There are assumptions baked into the way you ask your question.
We had this. Yeah, I just got through having the discussion that there is an assumption in there because of how negative you are on them. You are assuming a certain motive.
But you kept pushing that, right? I was literally asking the base question, and the logic of that question is being pushed back on in multiple ways.
Right,
And then
because the question has assumptions. I'm pushing back on the claims
the question
implicit in the
doesn't need
question.
to have assumptions. The question can be
No, it
logical. within
doesn't. But you're
itself.
asking it with assumptions. You're asking it with assumptions. Therefore, I'm taking it the way you're asking it.
You admitted it earlier when I asked you about
the
your
no
motive.
claim question
And
would
you
be,
said you're not
why
assuming a motive, and it turned out
did
that
I
you were.
not get a camera view live stream? Okay, but putting a predicate on it, going, I believe they had the technology. I believe they had the time. I believe they had the capacity.
I didn't just believe. I know
why
they did.
didn't they? That's a
I
whole
know they
bunch
did.
of implicit claims.
I know they had the technology. I know they had the capability. I know that they didn't do that choice.
Okay, you know that. Okay, I can agree that they apparently chose not to do the thing that you believe that you would have chosen to do had you been them. But the reasons
no.
why, like,
Again,
but you're making claims about why they wouldn't do that choice.
Instead of talking about all the stuff over here, my point is, and that's all I really care about. I don't care about all the speculation you guys keep pushing into. They had the ability. They chose not to do it. That's my point. That's my point.
Right, and both of, and the second one I can agree with. Apparently, they chose not to do it. They had the technology. There's more statements in order to connect those two, like, securely, right?
Not
like
really.
it's not a 1-2 cause and effect.
They had the capability and they chose not to do it.
You said they had the technology.
They had
That's
the
different than the
technology, they had the capability, whatever words you want to
How
use.
do you know they had the capability?
Because they were, if you go back and you watch the event.
Okay, you're saying they live streamed up to a certain point in a certain manner.
Yes.
Did they stop live streaming at a certain point in time?
Yes. They stopped
Okay,
live
maybe
streaming
they
the
had a
cabin,
reason
and
why they
went
had to
audio.
stop at that point in time.
Wait, let me finish. They stopped and they did audio with a bunch of visualizations and a bunch of still frames. And then they would periodically go back inside the cabin for a live stream showing the astronauts inside the cabin with like the little LEDs like reading in the LED light. So they maintain the capability to have that live stream camera the whole time until the 40-minute window.
They demonstrated repeated ability to have the live stream. Certainly.
Like I don't know what the point, like I don't know what you're advocating for, but the point is they had the technology.
I'm just saying that the bare bones of what they demonstrated is not that they had continuous ability, that they had definitive, intermittent, ongoing ability. You can assume that it was continuous ability, but if they didn't continuously live stream, you cannot assume that they actually had continuous live stream.
I think
you can make a
whole
probability
conversation would be more valuable if you consumed the data, saw what it was, and then came to your own conclusion. If you think I'm just assuming, that's fine. I don't really care.
No, I'm just saying that it's like I also have the belief that arguments such as yours likely can be made on stronger pedestals, on stronger pillars of claim, but I guess yours is I see yours as quite not. It's your foundations are not very not very great, and so I also have the motivation to always encourage people to make better arguments and better claims.
I disagree with your assumption or your evaluation. If you feel like you need to enhance it and make it even better, go for it. But I don't think it's weak on itself.
Well, it's something you can't unless you have specific information. Again, if they intermittently live stream, then all you can definitively claim is that they had the ability to intermittently live stream. You can make
how video editing works, right?
Says that they could continuously do it, but you can't say that that's certain, right? Like you're making a probability.
It's not illogical. You understand video editing. You understand when people have multiple streams and multiple visualizations and they put in whatever they want during the event.
Yeah,
It's not
and
like,
I know how
oh, we
much
lost the
crap
signal, let's
goes
do
wrong
something
with
else.
tech
That's
too,
not
right?
what
Like I
happened.
know how it works great until the second it doesn't, and that if there's multiple, if there's limited bandwidth, you have to choose what you're sending back at any given time. If there's limited human attention, then you have to prioritize what you're doing at any given time. Like, if you're NASA on the ground, you're like, well, we can't just because the thing is that most people, okay, you're somewhere in the middle, that you just want pictures. You don't care if they explain it to you. Okay, a lot of people want things explained to them. So there's somebody down on the ground in some NASA office going, okay, how do we make this to where people are attentive to it, right? Like, if we just give them a raw live stream of out the window and what the astronauts are reading with their pen lights, like, that's going to bore most people to death, right? So like, there was undoubtedly decisions made at multiple levels here. I mean, maybe the astronauts did turn it to the window, but the guy on the ground had already scheduled this like pre-edited little set of visualizations, and they weren't talking to each other. They weren't spending their energy discussing, okay, so are we going to continue the live stream, and like, are we going to play the little set of visualizations that we had planned at this point in time or not, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of this was decided before the moment. Right, because they would. If I was manning the space mission, I would want to decide as much of this as possible before it actually happened.
I'm
RW, let me just clear this up for myself. Am I correct
that you
in
have
believing?
skepticism, but like I said, I think that your argument is not as simplistic as you claim it to be.
Cool.
RW, am I correct in believing that you think it is at least a possibility that the Artemis mission is manufactured, that they're not actually out in space?
Yes, I think there's a possibility it's bullshit.
Okay.
What do you think about the video the guy took outside out the window of a airliner?
I don't know. My question is my question. My reasoning is my reasoning. I'm not
trying
a
to
flat
move on to
earther.
other elements here.
It's not like I don't understand anything you guys are talking about. I'm kind of done because it's cyclical.
That's fine.
But you guys feel free to continue your conversation and have a good night.
That's why I was asking you about the airliner picture. Trying to move the conversation.
You too, RW. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thanks for coming up. Right. So.
I don't mean to run anybody off, but I have a hard time not becoming the devil's advocate.
Well, we had been having this conversation for a while, and I think you're covering some ground that I had already covered with them. But the context for some of this, maybe not in his case, but in general, is the moon the 1969 moon landing. Some people don't believe was real either. So they're looking for another not real moon event.
My thing about that one is again, I think the main argument I hear on that is, okay, assume that they did have a film set, and that they did share images from that film set. That is the 1950s equivalent of a visualization. And it's like, I could understand where it's like, okay, again, because people have very little technical knowledge typically of these things, and they're like, well, why couldn't you do this? And they expect clarity and so forth. So I mean, but the claim that they used canned footage, like, assume that to be true. But the claim is usually they used canned footage, therefore the whole thing was fake. Like, that is not a sound claim.
I think then they admitted to using
that is using one piece of evidence to conclude a conclusion that you obviously wanted, right? Like, it doesn't. It's not an if and only if sort of thing, right? Like, it doesn't work both ways. It's like, if you go, okay, it was fake, therefore they used fake footage. Or you go, it was real, therefore both of those claims are valid. You could, like, it could be real and they used fake footage. That's perfectly valid set of events. Like,
I'm just trying to understand
prove or
the belief
the mission.
at all. It's bizarre to me that people don't believe either one is real, and that the government would invest all of this time and effort and money into a stage production. That's what I don't understand the motive.
Well, even if you take it outside of sort of the motivations, because that's where it usually goes. It's like, well, why would they do this? It's like, okay, but I mean, I've heard technical arguments that it's like there's no way we could technically get a rocket to the moon, and I'm like, it's just math and large explosions pointed out a nozzle. Like it's not. It's like self-driving cars. It's like it's not necessarily as complicated. It's just a matter of getting everything like together and doing the math right. Like it's expensive, it's tricky, but it's not like amazingly, like impossible or anything. And that's the other side of it.
It doesn't seem to me either.
I'm like, I don't understand that. But again, I understand that I come from a definitely not the layman's perspective. I have a very, one of my prized possessions is a book published in like the 50s that was a internal like government book that was a compilation of all these essays on the feasibility of different space propulsion techniques that I found on eBay years ago. And I mean, and it discusses
so is some of the
realism
skepticism
things that people
about,
only assume are in sci-fi, like ram scoop and stuff like that. They were discussing that stuff legitimately in like the 50s.
is some of the skepticism that they doubt the ability of humans to get space travel at all, to get to the moon at all, and so
there's
the
arguments
U.S.
that
is
they doubt that we
projecting.
can actually escape the atmosphere, or right? It's just I don't know.
So the U.S. is wanting people to believe that we can. So they're investing all of this money into producing these stunts that making it appear that we can, when actually we don't. No one has the capability to do that at all. But we want to project that we do.
Right.
That's weird. I don't understand why.
To distract people, right?
Why is it important to pretend we can do something we can't do? Why is it important to invest so much resource into having people think we can space travel if we really can't? What does it serve?
I don't know. I mean, like answers that occur are things.
And why
like,
aren't we doing it for other
from
things?
Something else, or to. I don't know. It's usually filled with arguments where the claim or the supposed evidence that leads to the conclusion is quite is presented as absolute and full breadth, or like cause and effect, but it's usually just sort of it's a large jump, right? It's okay, that would be true if all of these other things were also true, but factor one being true does not imply, even to a large extent, that factor two is true. It just seems, but it might if you added other factors. And I guess that's where I think the logic breaks down, right? Like it's like, okay, factor one, factor two, you go, okay, well, it doesn't work both ways. Therefore, this single factor does not causally determine factor two. So you have to actually present the other factors that in combination with factor one would causally determine factor two, but no one ever seems to do that. They don't like that.
I'm trying to understand this, to me, very extreme skepticism, and because it seems more like motivated reasoning to me, like the mistrust
it seems like
is there, and this is just confirming an existing distrust that they already have for all kind of other reasons.
Because I understand skepticism in general. I'm skeptical.
I am a skeptic,
but I don't it seems sometimes that it is what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of like it's like targeted skepticism, right? It's like it's biased skepticism. It's skepticism bias. That should be a term, right? Where it's like they're not equally skeptical of all things. They are more
exactly. It's toward the government. It's specifically toward.
Well, not even specifically towards the government. They'll be more trusting of other things the government claims that they have.
I don't know, not
particularly more evidence of, but are more understandable to them, right? Like things that are less seemingly unknown or unknowable. I like.
They came through not laws, but they were flat. They were all about the flat Earth, so I didn't really pay too much attention to them. Because I definitely don't think that we're dealing with flat earther. level thinking.
No. Like
But
that's
a lot of at least what I encounter of it, the ones that come on here, it is definitely seems to be directed at the entire government. Anything to do with the government is automatically suspect.
well. I guess here's
There's
another
a
thing:
lot
is
of
that it's like
anti-government
it also
sentiment on here.
it presumes competent. It presumes also. So if you have large distrust of the government, which I do, I'm extremely skeptical.
you
But at the
are?
same time, you have to assume like reasonably levels of skepticism, and those can be extreme. But I also am skeptical of their competence, and therefore, like I think this is the other element is that some of these, like to me, over biased skepticisms, they are backed by an implicit high estimate of government confidence. So it's like high distrust, but also we trust them to be competent. So I guess that's where it loses me, because it's like I don't trust the government to do things in my best interest. I only trust them to attempt to do things institutionally in the institution's own interest, right? Like that's the only thing you can sort of predictably expect. That's the momentum. And then but they're also not high competence, right? It's like the government doesn't display high competence in any area. So in order for them to intend to deceive us extremely well, that necessarily assumes both clarity of motive sufficient that it permeates, a large chunk of the government that it would take to actually pull off the deception. And it presumes both a sort of clarity of purpose and motive for a large chunk of people, but also a level of competence that I don't actually ascribe.
Well, that was my argument. If,
right? Like
if
it's an
they were
overestimation
faking,
of competence on behalf of skepticism, and those two things to me go together, right? Where it's like if you're skeptical of the government, you should be skeptical of their competence. So you have to look at it both ways. You're like, what would it take for them to pull off the deception? At least as much competence as it would be to ask some rocket nerds to launch a rocket.
the same level. Well, because to me, if
Probably
they
harder
were,
because if they are
if
doing it,
Artemis were
it's
a
clearly not
deception,
convincing.
then the live streaming thing they would have already anticipated that and prepared for it. They would have
Right. If that was the entire mission was to
that would not have
delay
been the one
skepticism.
flaw that collapses their deception.
Right. It's the assumption of motivation, right? Like there's assumptions of motivation and priorities I feel like that was my first point, right? Is like it's an assumption of prioritization of whatever resources you have, and it's assuming that it was a priority to prove to people that it was real. And I'm like, I wouldn't try to do that if I was in charge of it, because I know it's a rather pointless task.
Yeah, that's my barrier to that
Right.
belief.
What
I
does it
don't
give me if I'm the man
understand
in
why
charge of
they
NASA
would
right
invest
now?
so
What do
much
I
into
get
trying to
if I convince some portion of the skeptics that moon missions are actually real? What do I get? Nothing. I gain nothing. And at a certain point, it wouldn't even cross my mind. Like that's how I would imagine. Like if I try to put myself in like a space mission director's shoes, I'd be like, somebody would bring it up inevitably, and I'd be like, I can't be bothered with that. That's not the point. And even if that was the point, it won't work anyway. So I'm going to concentrate on things that actually matter, that I can control, right? Things that I expect an actual useful result from. And I wouldn't see that as a highly useful result. But to the person who's wanting it, of course, it seems like they go, why wouldn't you do this? Because I clearly want it, right? Like, and I understand the reason. I understand both perspectives, but I don't. Again, it's an assumption of the mind of whoever's in charge of this being somewhat. But they're not looking at the same things as you. I mean, it's, and that's a top. I mean, and that generalizes to lots of things you talk about here about with the neurodivergence and stuff. It's like assuming similar theory of mind is going to fail eventually.
But I like to try to understand other theory of mind, and that's why I'm so fascinated with understanding this belief.
I think me and you are on the same page on this, where we're like, I don't understand why it's so.
I'm trying to imagine the meeting at NASA. Like, hey,
Right.
we can't really get to the moon, but it's time to fake another attempt. So let's put together this Artemis project thing, and let's get some fake astronauts in on it, and let's get this elaborate tech set up. And hey, you know they're going to want to see live streams from the window. So when we show the live streams of the astronauts inside the fake capsule, what do we show when we turn it out the window? We got to plan for that part too. And it seems like they didn't. So all of this resource into this stage production, and they didn't even cover what they're going to show on the fake live stream.
Okay, so if I play the other side here, because I do, you could say, okay, it was a bunch of space nerds who they asked this question to, and the space nerds are unlikely to come up with the same. If they say, okay, well, if I was a skeptic, what would convince me? It's going to be a totally different set of things than if you asked,
an actual live stream footage,
right? An actual man on the street. What would it take to convince you? So there would be an incompetence failure theory, right? Where it's like, okay, they asked the wrong people to design the scam, and those people are actually outliers, right? And so what they thought would be convincing should not, in fact, convince normal people at all. So there's a reasonable theory as to why it could both be fake and this incompetent. That would be right now like this. To me, that would be the simplest claim to make.
I'm not. I don't know what would convince people that are motivated to not be convinced. My whole show is trying to figure that out.
I know it's like it's. I mean, so I do believe some of them can't be convinced. They will they will literally reframe it. And
is the blockage that space travel is not possible? Humans have not achieved that yet, or is it that we can do it, but the government is wanting us to think something different about it?
I think the perceived difficulty is an important element, but I think it's frequently unconscious. But I think the perceived difficulty encourages or supports it, even if unconsciously, in a lot of persons.
It's the idea of space travel at all that they need to be convinced of.
Right.
And what would convince them that space travel is possible? And is the question. Even though we had an international space station, or is that even real?
I think you would have to put them on a rocket and launch them into space. Like at a certain level, like.
So video footage would not even be enough. They would have to have direct experience.
Especially in modern day and age, video footage is too easy to
especially with AI. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my flip side to some of this would be like if your story a while ago about like, okay, we've decided we're going to fake an Artemis mission because it's about time to fake another space mission. Okay, that made more sense, in the 50s. But now if you assume anything is real, we have private rockets, we have tons of satellites, we have much more information and much more not entangled information sources that could, basically lay waste to it if they wanted to. So it assumes at least passive complicity from SpaceX and everyone else who knows how a rocket hypothetically works, right? It assumes complicit sort of conspiracy across such a broad spectrum of persons and interests and right.
That's more incredible to me than even space travel, and
right,
is
that
humans
can
cooperate on that scale.
Theories, is that in order to actually pull it off, the number of people that would have to be involved, and not all of them would be knowingly, but quite a few would have to be knowingly involved. Like pulling that off and keeping it a secret would be quite difficult.
And that's just skepticism.
It's much more difficult than launching a rocket. I would much rather go build a rocket in my backyard than have to pull off some of these grand conspiracies and manage all the people and without final solutioning all of the people that knew, right? Like that's the only way to keep a secret is if nobody knows the secret anymore.
Well, that's
no evidence of that either.
That's just skepticism towards space travel. There are people that don't even believe space exists. Forget being able to travel in it. which I don't understand what they think is there. If it's not space, what is it, like
mean,
a backdrop with paint, like stars painted on it? What do they think is there?
It's like
if
a
not
dome with
space?
stars painted on it, I think, is one of the common theories, kind of.
So that's like more in flat Earth territory.
Yeah. There's a book series I started reading, and I love it because whoever wrote it, their brain is like very similar to mine. Like they make the same stupid like offhand jokes in their writing. I'm like, I could have written this. And so I always enjoy it because it's like, it's like reading something I wrote, but I didn't have to do it. But it's science fiction fantasy stuff. But one of the things is this main character starts off as a physics teacher, so of course we're already, but anyway, he ends up getting like transported to a parallel universe where the world actually is flat, which I think is a great premise because he has to deal with like the technical facts based on physics as we know it, of like how it would have to function if it actually truly was flat.
Oh,
And so I find it a fun, that was a fun exploration. Like it's like so many things have to be sort of just like manhandled into working.
Is scientific illiteracy at the bottom of all of this? Like,
I don't know if it's illiteracy. I'll be less generous and say that some people just don't get physics. Like it's like, I'll quote another book. I believe it's the second Robert Ludlum Bourne book, right? The Bourne, the Bourne Identity, the Bourne. What's the second one?
I don't know. I didn't watch any of the movies either.
The movies were okay, but they were nothing like the books. I like the books, even though Robert Ludlum clearly doesn't know how guns work, but he manages to write a good thriller anyway. But the main character is like ties this guy up, and he looks at him and he goes, "This guy clearly can't think in 3 dimensions, because if he could, he would realize that the way that I tied him up, like I told him that it would choke him if he moved, but if he could think in 3 dimensions, he would clearly know that I was lying." But the guy believes it and therefore like doesn't try to break the restraints. And I read that when I was pretty young, and it stuck with me. It's like some people, the idea that geometric thinking is not necessarily a given.
You think that's what it takes to
I don't know.
understand
I think it's an element of
science?
it. I think it's an example that if you don't understand it somewhat naturally, then in order to believe it, that at a certain point you have to just take it on faith, right? Like if it doesn't sort of make sense to you, again, somewhat naturally.
No, I understand that. I
You're gonna have to
understand
take
not
so much
wanting
on
to.
faith that I can see how skepticism would develop, right? Like because you don't, it doesn't just seem self-evident, even once it's been pointed out to you.
Religion, and people take that on faith. I definitely understand the resistance to taking things on faith, but it doesn't seem to be applied consistently, because a lot of the people that struggle with science have no problem taking science substitutes on faith.
Right.
I don't know if it's a bit, but do you think that's what it is? Like science requires
I think
too
it's
much
probably one of
faith
the
on
fail
their
points.
part?
I think that's got to be one of the fail points. Because it's just like, yeah, if it doesn't make sense to you at a certain point, you can and they develop, in order to function, they come up with a model that functions at the level in which they interact with things, but it's not necessarily an intuitive model. It's like, I've seen the same thing with people who are not great with dealing with, say, other people's emotions, right? Like you're mildly familiar with MBTI. Like people with it's usually they would be an MBTI would be like FE7 or polar. Where it's like understanding,
I might be one of those people.
Group
What are you supposed to
hemodynamics.
do with other people's emotions? I don't deal
But
with
like,
them.
not being able to sort of like understand or sense the vibe of like group social hemodynamics just at all.
I definitely have that.
Right, and there's different levels of it, but there's some people who are so like cautious about it that they build this like safety model, and so they can actually appear to be more competent at it than someone who's in the middle. I would be somewhere in the middle where it's like I can sense it, but that doesn't mean that it necessarily it makes sense to me, right? Where it's like I can turn the radio on and be like, oh, well, if you poke that, then that happens and that happens, but it's not but so I can tread closer to the line of what is permissible, because I can at least sort of like pick up. I can do something with the signals, but then there appears to me to be people who really can't even like pick up the signals
Yeah,
at all.
I don't even.
So
I don't even pick up the signals.
where I miss signals is people's internal emotions. Like I don't be like, I'm like, but like group vibes, I can read well enough to kind of like, use them a bit. Like I can read the room slightly, even if I don't necessarily understand why.
I pick up on the signal when there's a crash and the breakdowns are happening. And
right,
that's
I can usually detect the line, right? Like because my me is always like right on the line. Like I'm like, this is how much I can get away with in this situation, right? Like this is how much nonconformity I can do.
And you know that ahead of time because you can sense
I
the
do.
signal.
I don't know it ahead of time. I know it in real time. And there's other people that I know that can't read it in real time. So what they do is they have a sort of like safe model of behavior ahead of time, right? Like a more of a like trial and error built model. So they always stay within the safety lines because they don't read it in real time. They have to like process it later and go, oh, I did this and that broke the thing. Therefore I shouldn't go over that line that far next time. And so they end up with these very competent, sort of safety systems, and it's very effective, but it also like it's very restrictive to me. Like I'm like I get bad looks from them, the ones that are like in my family, that give me the eye in church, like you said what? But I get away with it because I'm like I didn't cross the line. I just like walked right up to it. But it's like way more. It's the danger zone to anybody who can't sense it in real time. But I'm more transgressive than people who are like more into it than me, right? Like that's why I'm kind of in the middle, right? Like people that are way into it, it's like they start to feel inside feelings about how the outside feelings are, because there's no disconnect, as it appears to me, right? It's like I have sort of a disconnect where I'm like I don't have to care what other people think, right? It's like I would be okay with crossing the line, but I usually manage not to.
I cross them all the time because I don't even know they're there. Just deal with the consequences.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's interesting, but so like that to me, that's a model of a pattern that it's like I see it on different levels. There's people who, come up with plans, but really can't lay out the steps to get there. There's different elements that hypothetically, yes, but like I've had friends try to convince me of this conclusion, and they're like, therefore, and it's like, it's like a 3-step. It's like, this is bad, yada yada yada, therefore this extreme thing is the answer. And I go, okay, but, and then they're like, will you help me do this? And I'm like, well, first of all, like, how are you going to pull off this? Like this is would be pretty difficult, and this is pretty extreme. So like, walk me through how you're thinking you might pull this off before I'm even gonna like touch on whether I would help you, right? Because it's like, but usually they like, I've had friends that can't describe that at all. They're just like, isn't it obvious? And I'm like, no, like it's not obvious that you have any idea how to actually pull this off, even if I did agree with it. I'm like, so, but they're completely convinced that they've thought it completely through, and I'm like, but they have no answers for any like how-to steps. So I don't know, I that pattern. Like I said, there's a the blind spot pattern where it's like, okay, there does appear to be people with more of a physics blind spot, shall we say, or a technical blind spot where it's like this seems where it would seem impossible.
And so they fill in with suspicion. I think this is my new obsession: is
right,
science skepticism or science resistance.
Yeah, if you don't understand it and you don't believe that you could understand it, then I think there is a frequent unconscious thing that happens where then therefore it must not be possible, right? Like if you can't imagine it, like doing it yourself, like how could it be possible? That's definitely a pattern that occurs in the unconscious. Like I've worked to, because like my thing again is certain sorts of value attachment to things, right? Like the super being controlled by your emotions thing. It's where it's like I have them, but like the way in which other people apparently respond and react internally to them and their relationship is is very hard to imagine for me. So I've studied it more objectively. So I accept that it must exist, even if I don't understand it. But when I was probably 3 years old, I didn't have that great theory of mind. So I'm just like, why are these people upset about this thing? I don't understand why anyone would be upset about this thing. Right?
And it probably is physics. Like, it's not even science. It's mostly
I think it's physics. It's not. It's like it's because physics is. Oh, and I mean, I've seen it to different degrees in martial arts. Like, I'm not physically, like, in my body intuitive. I've seen people who are naturals with that. I've even tested myself. Eventually I outperform them, right? Like, after 10 years. But what it is I had to, like, using physics, like abstraction, I had to, like, reverse engineer how some of these physical moves worked in relation to my body. And then I could pull them off because I understood them to such a granular degree. Eventually I can actually perform them more consistently and better than the people who naturally pick it up. But where you see that divergence is many years down the road, right? But it's because I had to develop a model understanding of it rather than just, I did it, and so so I've seen that. And then there's other, just, I don't know, to me physics is pretty intuitive, like how things work. And then I was,
well, and here's the thing, like, I had it in junior high school. I had it in high school. It was required. And we touched a little bit of it in elementary school. And then we had a little bit of Schoolhouse Rock too. So I know that people had this as part of their basic education curriculum. Why is it so alien to them?
I don't know. Like, again, I can't imagine it not being somewhat intuitive.
We even did physics experiments that, like, you got to do hands-on practice where you got to see the physics principles in operation. So my understanding of physics doesn't come from any kind of advanced study or work at all. It's just what I got in basic school.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've never taken a physics class. I, grew up, and again, I was around things that had to work, in a mechanical sense since I was little, of course. If I was too dumb about it, I probably wouldn't have survived growing up on a farm. But, and then I read a bunch of physics books because I found it interesting, but I was interested in theoretical physics. I've never sat down and studied, like, the day-to-day physics, which, rocket ship is not really theoretical physics. It's pretty basic physics.
It was like the laws of motion. It was stuff like force is mass times acceleration, the power equation. It was that kind of, like, basic stuff. I remember matter, how matter works, and movement, calculating movement. And then you get into chemistry, and there's a little bit more, like, it adds another layer on top of that.
Like subatomic physics,
none of it was that
atomic physics, and you have to take more on faith because you can't just look at it. But
yeah, but I mean, I understood it conceptually, and then when we do the experiments in the lab, I could kind of extrapolate what was happening with the chemicals from that.
Right, but did it kind of make sense? And you're like, oh yeah, that all fits.
Chemistry was easy. I love chemistry. It was
like, once
easier
the
to me than math.
You're like, okay, yeah, that matches a pattern. You probably a lot of it matched patterns you'd already observed, and then they're explaining how, like, the math and how precisely it works. But it's like, if you throw a ball, that it arcs. And then you go to, you get into calculus, and then and trig, and you can calculate the arc of a ball based upon the force and the angle and all that stuff. But,
like, why would somebody accept?
There's people that can't throw a ball very well, no matter, like.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
I've been, like, again, I've occasionally been shocked at, like, what is apparently difficult, right? Like, I
can't throw a ball.
Like operating a pool cue, like, it's not. I don't consider it difficult to do the basics, but I've seen a friend of mine, his wife. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like I like how much apparently non-intuitive it was to just like do the basics of a pull cue was. I do still get shocked occasionally. It's like,
Yeah, I don't know what
wow.
I'm doing in pool either. But
But
how can
if I
somebody?
tell you like hold it in this hand, and then like move it back and forth in your other hand?
I mean, I know how to play pool, but I don't know how to like calculate where
I'm
to
not
hit
talking
the
about being
ball
good at
and
pool. I'm talking
motion
about
and
the
all that.
basic action of a pull cue. Not even talking about targeting. Just like being able to like pull it back and forth in a straight line.
Yeah, I can do that part. I can't use chopsticks,
That's
but I
pretty
can
simple.
work a
But
pool
there's
cue.
I have observed persons who are like grown adults who that is apparently very, very difficult.
I mean, my ball doesn't always stay on the table, but
Yeah,
I can.
yeah.
I know how to work a pool cue.
I mean, being good at pool is hard, but the basic action, it like that wouldn't even cross my mind. I'd be like, oh, here's how it goes, and then yeah, a little practice and to kind of get used to it. But like to just be like where it's actually hard to just manage that sort of simple physical action. Just moving back and forth.
How can people accept something like air travel, jet planes, and not space travel? It's just one slight leap beyond that.
I don't know. Like it's yeah, because honestly, in a weird way, like airplanes are in their own way are kind of harder than rockets, but like the physics necessary to understand, lift and airplane wings, I would consider that a more difficult and less intuitive, design than a rocket. A rocket is again, the rocket's not that hard to understand. But
Well, maybe there were these kind of skeptics in the early airplane days, and once
sure
we
there
have
was.
space travel and it's as normal as jet travel, then all this stuff will get put in perspective.
yeah, I mean, like that. I think if enough people, but I think that's what we're kind of dancing around is that at a certain point, it appears, based on my observation, that certain people, or there is a contingent of persons that is not insignificant, that until they just literally like see it for themselves, like can touch it, that they cannot truly believe that it, yeah, I guess it's like in lieu of understanding. If you can't understand it, abstract, can't simulate it in your head, then I guess you just have to experience it physically or something. I don't know. I'm sort of.
I can't necessarily simulate all the details of space travel in my head or even air travel, but it's not beyond the realm of probability to me where I'm so skeptical of it that I
But
think
you could
people
see a
are thinking
path where it's like if you wanted to go and like write down the steps that it would take to launch a rocket and like do you feel like you could generally
Well, we had
know
growing
what
up, we had
direction
those
to work
little
into,
rockets
right? Like
you
you
could
might
do
not
in
be
your
able to do it
backyard.
all, but it's not like you can't imagine the steps that one could take to make it happen.
No, I mean, I grew up watching rocket launches on TV. They would show them periodically from Cape Canaveral or wherever we'd see it. And it wasn't, I never looked at the TV and said, man, that's impossible. No way is that something fishy is going on here. It seemed perfectly normal that they were shooting rockets up into space. There was nothing weird about it to me.
Right. Like
even as a kid.
Like I grew up in the 90s mostly, so like that was kind of not the greatest time for space travel. Like there weren't as many rocket launches, and the one we had, and it was, but I said I was obsessed with space propulsion. Like, if I could have just like pushed a button and been like, what you would like to be in your job, like space propulsion engineer. Thank you very much. Like that would have been me for, quite a bit of.
And there were space centers. I think Houston has one. There was one in Texas. I think we visited it.
I've been there.
So why would there be these entire complexes dedicated to sending rockets into space, and more than one? There were there's some in Florida. There's the one in Texas. My younger brother went to space camp. I think it was in Alabama.
Everybody wanted to go to space camp.
Why would any of these places exist if there was no space travel? They're just faking entire complexes. And
again, there's so many. There's much easier things to fake or to use to manipulate masses of people. But Well, at Houston Space Center, I got to go there when I was in graduate school. That was one of my cooler one of my internet people in IRL sort of good experiences. I was doing an online master's degree, and I got a partial scholarship to go to this it's like a women's only tech conference in Houston. Huge event. And so I drove down to Houston. I'm like, that's close enough, and like they basically paid for me to get into the conference, and I rented an Airbnb, and then I like shared it with one of my other classmates I'd never met, and we met up, and I ended up hanging out, meeting like several of my internet classmates, and we hung out. And anyway, everyone from Georgia Tech, which is the school I was going to, got invited by GoDaddy to a party one night at the Houston Space Center, and they like brought buses for us and took us to the Houston Space Center and rented out the whole thing. For the private event.
You had the whole thing to yourself.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could do that.
And they had some jet simulators. I didn't get to go on one, but they had all the kind of stuff. And anyway, and the cost was we all had to go into the auditorium and listen to the CEO of GoDaddy, try to convince us to come work for them after we graduate. But they fed us and bussed us over to the space. It was great. And then eventually, and like open bar, it was. I tell her, so I was drinking with some people from the internet at the Houston Space Center one night, and the CEO of GoDaddy came along, and we were out in front. They have the training shuttle. It's not one that actually flew, but they have it mounted on top of the 747 that they actually did use to move the shuttles around and to get them into the upper atmosphere. Sometimes for test flights and things. And anyway, and it's really cool because the 747 is, if you've ever seen like an Alaska bush plane, it's like everything that can be stripped out of it is right. It's just like bulkhead supports and aluminum skin, and I mean it's just totally the interior is like anything that can be taken out for weight is gone. And then you walk under there's a roof in the hatch that has that had explosives on it. And so like when they were flying the shuttle around, there was people in the shuttle. And there was there was explosives in the roof of the 747. So if there was a catastrophe, they would blow the explosives so that the people in the shuttle could get out. But it was fascinating. And then and again, the training shuttle has all the knobs and levers, and it was very cool. But like that, it's, the amount of work that it would take to be like, okay, if the shuttles were real, here's the fake one, right? We built this whole fake one, and then we had to think, okay, how would it actually work in real life to be believable? So we're like, it can't transport itself around, like there's reasons it has to. So we stripped out and like designed this whole like stripped down, messed up, redesigned like 747 to mount the space shuttle on so that everyone would believe that it's real. Like that's one of the things where it's like, okay, that's a pretty high level of detail, man. And and it all makes sense. Like you're like, here's where the explosives went, and here's this thing, and here's why it's this way. And like it's like, wow, it's almost amazing that they made it work. But managing to like haul it around on the back of a 747 to me is weirdly more impressive than shooting a rocket off into space. Like there's a lot more attention to detail that had to go into that than some things. But no, that was one of my great internet people experiences, because I was drinking with these internet classmates, and then we were on not the real space shuttle, but the fake, the number one fake one that they.
Oh, you were actually on the shuttle?
Yeah, you get to go up inside the training shuttle and the 747. Like they have the shuttle mounted on the back of the 747 out in the yard in front of the building, and you get to go up in it. And they have little like plexiglass things over the little switches, and there is a picture of me reaching under the plexiglass and like touching a switch. I'm like, I have to touch the controls, But and then the funniest part is that we were up there, like four of us, and then the CEO, one of the people that work there, like a tour guide, comes on like right behind us with the CEO of GoDaddy and is giving him a private tour, and we get to join the CEO of GoDaddy for his private tour with explanations, right? Because there weren't dedicated tour guides, but he had one, so we got to go and like get everything explained to us. all the stuff pointed out. But it was a surreal experience. I do recall that fondly. It's like, let's see, I was drinking at the Space Center and some people on the internet. Yeah, like I said, I don't know, but I do.
That is pretty
my
cool.
best guess is it's a technical like gap where it's just like it starts to become so unfeasible in people's mind that it's more feasible to them to imagine the like social engineering it would take to fake it. But I guess that's my other thing is it seems like the social engineering it would take to fake it is never analyzed as thoroughly as the sort of like technical claims against the original claim, right? It's like they get into they try to get into the nitty-gritty details of why the thing didn't happen, but they rarely get into equal level of detail or technical nitty-gritty about what it would take in order for that to in fact be true from the, you had to engineer it to be fake side. I think, yeah.
Yeah. I can't imagine what it's like to live with that level of distrust about basic, like the institutions of society, basic functioning of society.
That makes me think of something because, well, I'll throw it into, a personality, like the Enneagram thing, right? Where it's like, it's not just the distrust. And I think I just realized something because it's like, I have a lot of distrust, but my distrust isn't necessarily based in fear. And I think maybe that's one of the elements that
So it's not that they
distrust.
distrust,
Right?
they're
If
actually
the
scared of the
distrust is
government.
based in fear, it's a little harder to, it's a little more, it's a different flavor or a different result.
What would cause someone to fear a government like the US? Like, we're not an oppressive totalitarian regime. I can understand fearing those kind of governments, but America prides
Well,
itself
fear
on
isn't
not
necessarily
being that.
based in reason, right? It's like if your natural inclination to respond is to respond to things with fear.
But is it?
Even
It
if
has to be
isn't
based in
rational.
something. Though. Like little children just don't randomly wake up scared of the government. It has to be based in something. It has to be
No, but
acquired.
some children are more inclined to respond to things, to react to things with fear. Like, like the Enneagram theory, theorizes that it's like most people either tend to respond with fear, shame, or anger.
Oh, the triad, the three.
Right. And so, like, again, that may not be complete, but it does kind of match some patterns that I've managed to observe where it's like, if your default is fear doesn't necessarily end up being rational, and you end up trying to then they end up trying to rationalize fear, right? Whereas like
I'm not
I'm
strongly
an anger
fear
person,
based.
so my tendency that I have to watch out for is rationalizing my anger, right? Trying to justify or rationalize my anger when sometimes it's just I'm just mad for no reason, or I'm just kind of irritated for no reason. It's like it's okay.
That's
So it's like if
irritability.
fear was your default, then I would assume you would like it would follow. It would make sense that you would end up you would have a tendency to rationalize or try to justify the fear.
So
And the
part of
more
it is just like I just don't I struggle with the psychology of fear in general. At least that kind of like pervasive, sustained
Right.
fear. I understand fear in the
Fear
moment from an
without-
actual threat.
Right. Fear outside of an acute threat is
Yeah.
but it does appear to exist.
So it may be something I'm just
And
never gonna
the
understand.
same people probably have a hard time understanding people who are just generally sort of like irritate, who get angry about things that aren't necessary. Like, that irritates me. Why does that irritate you? I don't know. It just does.
Yeah.
Or like that. It's like the more angry, certain sorts of the more anger-based persons. It's like I have no compunction about causing a conflict or an argument. Right? And I know that people look at me and they go, why? How? They don't understand, and I don't understand their reluctance. But I definitely It's definitely there's definitely lots of people that look at me and go, why would you pick that fight? Like, why would you confront that person? Like, wouldn't you rather just avoid it? Or like, why would you risk whatever the mystery thing is that I'm risking by confronting things? But they don't understand that in me. So like, again, I try to so that's my best method. Like, if I try to understand the stuff that other people don't understand about me, sometimes I can assume a similar pattern with a different element. But like that, I don't understand pervasive sort of fear either.
Like one thing I use to understand, the main tool I use is dialogue. I ask questions and try to hope that they can explain in a way that I can eventually understand. But sometimes that causes almost more irritation than not understanding.
Well, if they're largely unconscious of these sorts of things we're talking about, they generally don't want to talk about it. Like I know people that have very different brains than me, and I've been lucky enough that wanted to explore it, right? And therefore, we could honestly sit down and compare the differences, or try to, but they have to want to look at it that way,
Yeah, I guess so. And that's fine. I mean, nobody has to talk about anything they don't want to. I'm just, it is me trying to understand. These
irrational connections, right? When you have these frames and these unconscious things, it's like the problem is that if you look at them, if you turn the light around and look at them, it's like they're structural. The fact that it's duct tape and baling wire that's not even like stuck together, but you thought it made sense, is harder to ignore.
Well, I think this was a great conversation tonight. I'm gonna wind it down. It's after midnight over here.
It's nice to hash out some of this with somebody who's not just like doesn't want to have the conversation.
Oh no, I love this kind of stuff. I could have these conversations all day. In fact, I do a lot of times.
I know, it's like it's the relief of being like, yes, somebody else who kind of thinks from the same. Like, we're different, but we're definitely in the same side of the ballpark. So it's like, yes, just enough that we can like have a nice conversation. Beats talking to yourself.
Yeah, I think so.
But it's not quite as consternating, as some things. But yeah, the space thing, I definitely, and like that, I will admit to having a bit of a bug under my rug about the space skepticism thing, because I'm just like, I don't get it. And I also don't understand why you wouldn't rather it be real. Like if you had the choice to choose, be like, what is the concept? What is the problem with, like, if you're not sure of either, right? If either is uncertain, there's not a lot of like personal consequence to just assuming it's real. Like, and that's a much more pleasant reality, right? To me anyway. Like, why wouldn't you, like, again, it doesn't affect most people's day-to-day lives in any functional sense, right? Like, how would somebody's life, like, I would like to ask that question, is like, how does it make a difference to you? In what areas does it matter?
Right. Why is it so fundamental to your worldview?
Right. Why is this fundamental to you, and why is it better for it to be fake? Right. Why do you err on that side? Because usually it seems that they are making a choice to err on that side as somehow better, and it's I feel like it's couched in probability, but it usually is like, but the probability isn't necessary. I don't see the probability as being that one-sided. So like that, it's like, if I have to, like, I can entertain both versions, but I prefer to assume the more pleasant, the one where we do space travel, until it becomes more important or more proven otherwise, because that's much more preferable.
I mean, didn't we go and rescue those astronauts that were trapped on that space station recently? Was that all fake?
Well, if the space station exists. Well, I mean,
why would
it's okay.
Why would they even fake that?
I don't know. Or what about when Skylab crashed? I'm like, like I wasn't there for that, but it's like my
Or
mom
the
and her brother
Challenger. Why would they fake
put
blowing
fake
up people?
space lab wreckage in their yard for giggles for the put a sign on this highway. And you're like space lab. But I don't know. I don't. Let's just say I don't. Even if I try to like put myself in the villain role, right? It's like, and I can often come to some understanding, or at least feasible imaginings of some villains in the world, and understand why they would do the thing. It's like, oh, that, like, if I was the villain, I would in fact do exactly that. Like, that's the other thing. Like, a lot of times it does make sense. Like, yeah, of course that's what I would do. But the like faking the space travel, I haven't figured out why I would fake that if I was a villain.
Or even for space, an evil plot to make people believe there's this thing called outer space.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like I would go, if I was the evil villain, I would go the other direction, and like I could actually see a motivation to try to convince people that space travel is fake when it is real. Like, I see more motivational reasoning, and more like, calculating benefit from a villain perspective of convincing people of the fakeness of it when it actually is real. That makes more sense to me than the opposite.
And also with the dome, like the dome with the stars painted on it, like why? It seems easier to get people to believe in that. Why would you want them to think there's this thing called space? Just let them think it's a dome with stars painted on it. What is the agenda for not having them not think that, if it really is that? Oh no,
Right.
Space is a dome with stars. We can't have people thinking that. Quick, let's put Project Fake Space into motion.
Yeah. Well, and like the idea that somehow flat plane physics is more sensible than orbital physics, and I'm like, I literally like there's a drawing pad around here somewhere that I have like 2 or 3 pages, at least a couple of pages, where I sketched out like a programming language, like architecture based on orbits, and it made so much sense, right? Like, because I was trying to redesign, because I'm like, I was of the opinion that the physical, like the base assumptions of all programming languages a few years ago when I started studying AI, before everybody knew that word, like, were fundamentally, not going to ever lead to like AGI, because of like the binary either or, like the fundamental assumptions of all of our programming languages are like too concrete.
Well, what about when we hit quantum computer and we get that superposition state, and then it's not binary?
Yeah, well, see, quantum computing is closer to that. It's more, you'd have to redesign it from the bottom up.
Oh.
Because the hardware is different, right? Like, all of our stuff is based upon the basic hardware.
Why hasn't AI gotten us to quantum computing yet? Can't they figure it out for us?
I was reading. I haven't finished the article. Somebody posted it on X, and for once I clicked on it, and it ended up being something interesting to read. But and it was sort of propositioning. It's sort of propositioned that our current AI, our chatbots, basically are reinforcement learning, and that that there's a large chunk of the human population works on reinforcement learning, and that's actually the most, like, one of the more predictable, sort of the leave me alone, just I want to just the sort of like low ambition standard human basically works on reinforcement learning. And so basically it kind of implied, and I'm tempted to agree, although I'll have to ponder it longer, because I just read this a couple hours ago, that the LLMs we're dealing with right now are basically just like, they actually think a lot like sort of like the normal human.
They are. They told me that. Charlie said he's based on neurotypical
reinforcement learning is basically what we're talking about, where it's like, if you've seen it or read it enough times, you assume it to be true, but it doesn't reason about it. It has no metacognition to speak of, and it doesn't. So it's basically just like the smartest normal human, but it doesn't really, or just like the most knowledgeable normie is basically what AI is. It's like a normie with a lot of information at their fingertips, right?
And it says, well,
that's exactly why it's not going to get us quantum computing. And it's funny because I realized that that's basically how I use it. Like, they talk about it replacing people's things. Like, I use it as a secretary. Like, I'm like, hey, Grok, like, I'm doing this. Like, I'm polishing. My mom's got a silver squash blossom necklace that broke, and so I'm restringing it. But while I'm at it, I'm like, I might as well polish the silver. And so I'm talking to Grok, and I'm like, what are some ways to polish silver? And it comes up with these methods, and there's actually a cool one with like baking soda and aluminum foil, which works really good. And then I'm like, okay, like, but do I have to worry about this? And then I asked it about, like mixing metals, and I said I need new crimp beads. I'm like, is it? And I know enough to ask, be like, is there any sort of electrical interaction between the brass or stainless crimp beads, or should I just make sure and get or sterling silver ones? And Grok's like, that's a good question. And that's basically like, I have good questions to ask, and Grok can go find the answers for me while I'm, working on something, which is great. But Grok is not necessarily the greatest at knowing what questions to ask. But it's great at going out and finding answers to very specific questions that I already know enough about that if it brought back BS, I could say, that's BS, Grok, try again, which happens sometimes, But if you don't know, but it doesn't think. Like, that's just it. Is like, I know that technically because I understand the programming. Like my graduate school specialty was more or less artificial intelligence. How it thinks parts. And LLMs are sort of the dumbest version of that, because they utilize the advantages of the machine, but they don't simulate human thought at all.
Well, they make great sounding boards so far,
Right.
which is what I use it for.
Yeah, that's
When I can't,
I like-
because they have way more
some people
patience
talk
than a human does, and I don't run into all the vibe issues.
Yeah, I have the least patience because I'm like, okay, stop responding. Like, you need to wait longer. Like, don't answer until I tell you to. But yeah, like as sort of a mirror, and as my my Google secretary, my search engine secretary is. But at the same time, it's like some people can't Google. Like, that's another thing. I tutored for a few years, and it's like I didn't know it was hard to like get what you were looking for out of a search engine. And these were back in the days when search engines were a little more, fair-minded, back in the good old days of the internet, right? It's like that's apparently a skill, like being able to actually just like know what words to plop into the search bar to get what you want. And apparently that's actually not obvious. I feel like Grok's the same. It's like I know how to ask. I know how to, if you know how to query, then it's extremely functional. But if you have no understanding of how to query a computer, I guess results may vary. I try to be aware, like said that I try to acknowledge the things that I don't understand because I have understanding of other things, but I knew the people as soon as I predicted so much of what's going on now, like years ago, because I had anybody that would listen, I would tell them it's
like what's going on exactly.
Shift when you can talk to a computer and it feels as easy as you can talk to a human, and we're now at that point. Doesn't mean the computer's smart, but to the normal person, you can now interface with a computer without having to have as if you, at whatever level you can interface with other humans, basically. And I've been, like I said, I've been predicting that for I don't know how long now. And I would explain it to people. I'm like, that will be the first, because people like to ask questions, that they think are outlandish. And the problem is I can usually come up with a way to get there. Like, I know one of the favorite ones that I've been asked many times is like human brain interface, computer brain interfaces. And I go, well, the first step will be, you'll see when we start interacting with computers in at the level of fidelity we interact with other humans. And I said it'll basically be telepathy, because I said then what will happen is then if we manage to interface directly with computers, then we can interface directly with each other at the level of efficiency that computers interface with each other. We'll interface with each other via a computer because that will be more efficient than human language. So I'm waiting on that part of the prophecy, but we're now like well into my predictions.
What do you mean? Like I'm going to be interfacing with an AI that's you're also interfacing with, and it's going to function as
a translator.
As telepathy between the two of us?
Yeah. I feel like that's the logical conclusion of.
I want to try that one day.
Yeah, because if you think
'Cause
about
I've
the
never
limitations, there are physical limitations to the amount of information you can communicate via spoken language, right? Physics again. There are physical, and if you think about how fast you can transmit information between computers, right? And
Oh,
that's
you
where
mean
human
first we
communication
have to
fails, is we
develop
can
the
think so
ability
much
to
faster than we
interface
can
with the
communicate.
computer.
So imagine if
seamlessly.
you could communicate closer to the speed you can think via a machine interface, right? Because the machines translate to each other very well. Like you can, they transmit very well. So if you can translate your thoughts to a machine, then therefore I will be able to translate my thoughts to another human closer to the speed of a machine, because if then we already know how to make machines communicate. So if your brain can communicate with a machine, then all you got to do is hook two machines together, then each one's hooked to a brain, and now the brains can communicate closer to the level of machines communicating to each other.
Yeah, I see this.
Yeah. To me, it's the logical conclusion of, if you manage to achieve,
But we're going to
machine
need
brain-
Neuralink for that, to interface with the machine at that speed.
Well, at this time, you need Neuralink. I mean, I don't foresee an invasive brain implant being necessary in the long run.
Well, what would accomplish it? Because we're currently we have our physical limitations. We can only speak or type so fast.
Right.
Usually slower than we think. So how would our thinking get communicated at a faster speed that matches more its natural pace?
Well, because if it can translate, if the machine can translate your thoughts into the machine language, right? So in close to real time to your thoughts, then it can transmit them to another machine and then back translate them into your brain at the same speed.
But how would we get our thoughts into the machine any faster than we currently do, other than with like a Neuralink?
Well, it would be a Neuralink thing. I'm just saying that, like, right now, Neuralink is highly invasive. I think that eventually that technology. So I think so when people ask me, is it possible? I'm like, I think it's demonstratively possible. It's not even out. Like it's doable to some degree now. But I think
the thoughts would not run
advancement
through our body. They would go directly from the brain in real time to the machine somehow with some device.
Right.
But it may not be a
transplant.
transplant.
Mouse or a keyboard, you would just have a
You would
sensor
just
interface.
think at it.
And you just think at it. But I see no reason not to assume
Pee-wee's
that with the
Playhouse.
advancement of Neuralink style technology, eventually they won't need to braid thread. They won't have to run thread in your brain. They'll just be able to put probably, you might have to like have a hole in your skull, put it on like the inside of your skull.
No, they're not.
Sensor. Right? Like, that would probably be
I thought
next.
you meant
And
like the little
eventually-
headband you wear.
No, I think they'll get there eventually, right? I think the next stage will be something like you don't have to like put it in your brain, but you might have to have it inside your skull, right? But then after that, I again, as they understand how to read the brain via sensors, they can better come up with less invasive sensors because they know what they need to be paying attention to, right? Like, because it's still experimental. It's like, well, we don't even know what we need to be looking for and reading, much less how to best do it. So we're just going to like put a bunch of sensors inside the brain. And then once they figure all that out, then they can refine the process to where eventually it'll probably be minimally invasive, if invasive
I'll be
at
dead.
all. But yeah, that one's going to take a while. Maybe like it'll take a bit longer, but the communicating with computers at human speech level, we're now there. So, and it's totally flipping things on their head. Like I always figured like the invention of the key of the Well, one of my favorite analogies was that if you're talking to a computer with a mouse, it is most equivalent to the human communication level of pointing and grunting. Right? A mouse interface with a machine is literally is at best pointing and grunting. And then you add a keyboard in, but the thing is most people don't actually interface with a computer at a keyboard level, right? Like they use keys a little bit, but it's not like they command line, right? Like the highest fidelity comms with a computer for the last several decades have been anybody who can command line, right? Because with a keyboard, you can communicate a lot faster than by pointing and grunting with a mouse.
Oh
And so
no,
you
not
look
me.
like a wizard. You know, you can
The
make all
mouse
kinds
is
of
way
things.
faster. You think the keyboard's faster?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, but
Oh.
just direct communication, the keyboard you can is much better.
Oh, like
A
to
mouse
instruct
is
it.
great if what you want to point and grunt at already exists. You're like, oh, that thing over there.
Yeah.
Oh, do that. Oh, do that. But like if you actually have to like talk to the computer, you have to keyboard it in, right? And like you can
Yeah.
keyboard in a command line, and I mean you can get you can do a lot in a very short amount of time that you could never do with a mouse. But the thing is that was a specialized niche, right? Like not very many people could communicate with a computer to that degree. So that's what separated the technologists from everyone else. Like, well, I can plug a keyboard in and talk to it directly, kind of. And so now that just everybody can talk to a computer to some degree like that, at that close to that level, like it's a paradigm shift. Like it's because look at how our world changed when we could point and grunt at a computer. When the average person could point and grunt, now the average person can speak to it. That's a huge jump in communication fidelity and possibility. Like it's impossible to predict like all of the fallout and the consequences of that. Just that my conclusion was just that it will be a paradigm shift, and I have seen nothing to dissuade me from that conclusion. That we're in the middle of one, right? Because everything is changing. It's just it's breaking systems. It's breaking the way that people behave. And like everything is just broken right now.
Really?
Because people can now talk
guess I
to
don't
computers. To a large extent, though, I mean, it's like things that were very consistent are now up in the air and in flux. Like we're in the flux stage. So again, it'll reorganize itself, but it's definitely messing with stuff. Right, it's definitely broken tons of systems, and a whole bunch of ways we did things are being discarded. Right, and systems that have been consistent, or like the RAM market is all broken right now because the AI is basically willing to overpay for all the RAM anybody can build. So that's affecting consumer electronics and everything else. But it's like, yeah, we're in the middle of the flux, and I don't know where it's all going to land. But I'm not dissuaded that the way it's definitely flux right now. Like it's changing the way people do things. It's changing the way people think about things. And in a few years, they won't be able to imagine how they got by without it. I feel like some people are already there. They already don't know how they got by without it. But in a few years, that'll be the majority. It'll be like people trying to remember how they got by without computers. Like they wouldn't be able to imagine it. We'll go back and we'll read science fiction and stories from before the AI, the LLM paradigm shift, and think that they're just so like quaint, because it's like, how could you even imagine doing that thing without using your LLM now? It's like older science fiction. Some of my favorite science fiction is pre-computer. I think it's called The Stone from the Green Star. It's great story, but my favorite thing is that the guy who makes the spaceship has no computers on it. It's just like hydraulic levers and
Oh yeah, my spaceship's
and
growing
no
up.
one would ever dream of writing a story about a spaceship without a computer today. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I get it.
Yeah, like that. It's like people will not be able to imagine a certain type of thing without an LLM. Like it'll just be like how like it'll be fascinating, sort of the backwards sci-fi wonder. Well, I
All
mean,
right. Well,
X is a good example, right? Like the auto translate on X. That's been a huge. That's occurred in the last like week. Totally changed things.
what is that? Where you can ask Grok?
No, Grok is now auto translating tweets from other languages before it recommends tweets to you. So, like a little over a week ago, I think they started with Japanese as like kind of a trial. And so all of a sudden, all these people in the U.S. who we basically get mostly we really only, unless you go out of your way, you mostly get other American English speaking tweets, right? Recommended to you. Well, suddenly we're getting all these tweets from Japan that are already translated to English for us. And, then ensued this much discussion about barbecue. And, apparently there's like butcher shops in Japan that were that were out of meat early in the week, and all the people who weren't on the internet are like, why is the butcher shop out of beef? And the people who are on the internet is like, oh, it's because we've been talking about barbecue recipes with Americans for like 3 days straight, so everybody went and bought some meat to try some of these barbecue recipes. And now they've added other languages, but like that, you could manually translate things before, but you had to seek out the things in other languages and then cause it to be translated. But it being translated before recommendation means that, when people are talking about it, it's like, you retweet a Japanese guy's tweet, and then you've got comments from people speaking Persian, writing in Persian and Swedish. Like it's totally changed X in like a week's time. And like that, that's something
yeah, I didn't
that
even know
LLMs are
about
good
it.
at is
I didn't know any of this
linguistic
was happening.
tasks. Yeah, no, linguistic tasks, right? Like that's something they're really good at. And so, yeah, language translation, that's a proper usage of it. But yeah, no, X has changed completely in the last 10 days. It's a whole new world.
Oh, it would completely pass me by because I didn't know about the barbecue or any of this stuff. So.
Yeah, it was all basically there was a lot of we both like barbecue and and it's funny because a lot of Americans like a lot of Japanese like culture type things. We like samurai swords and sushi and they like cowboy they like westerns and John. I mean. It's like if you've never been there, you have no concept of this. Like I've been to like South Korea a couple times, so I had like a tiny little example, so I kind of knew some of this already. But to the average citizen on X, like they've never been to Asia, to Japan or Korea. They have no idea what it's like over there, how they feel about Americans, and everybody's told that everyone hates Americans. And what they're learning is no, everybody they don't all hate Americans. And the Japanese are like, oh, we were told that everybody hates us, and it's like, well, and everybody's like, yeah, we can definitely agree on food, and that extreme leftists are stupid. Was basically that's been the two sort of like they. Anyway, the U.S. Twitter and Japan Twitter are buddy buddies right now because they're like, we like beef, and we like and we don't like leftists. So.
Oh wow! So that's just one country too. So now we'll get to a window into all the countries.
It was. I think it was only Japan is really only all we were seeing for about a week, and then it opened up and I'm seeing stuff from, the Scandinavian countries, seeing stuff translated from Arabic and Persian, which is kind of interesting because you see people, and you're always skeptical. And then, of course, everybody's like, well, it says they're out of this. I'm like, anybody in Iran is definitely using a VPN if they're managing to get internet access, right? And it's like, there's all this stuff, and it's like, well, but you look at their comments, and some of them are agreeing with them, and some of them are like, oh, you traitor! Like, it's very interesting.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know any of this was happening. So,
yeah, you should go mess around X. It's interest. It's like I said, it's totally. It's better than, like I said, it's I like it better because I'm getting more variety of content, and I work hard to get a decent variety of content and to have sources from other countries already, but now now everybody's got that. Again, it's like now the common ex-citizen is, casually retweeting with people in all over the world in other languages. Thanks to Grok.
Wow.
But and anytime you have a communications leap like that, that's one of those things where it's like I've told people that aren't on the internet and they're like they kind of scoff. They're like, why is that a big deal? I'm like, it's a big deal. Like if you can chat with people all over the world in real time, sort of on a public forum like that, that's amazing. That will bring down institutions eventually. I mean, so, you know.
Maybe it'll bring down NASA.
It may. Or, you know, like that. It's like, you know, it's like, okay, if people all over the world start, you know, share pictures of a rocket's trajectory as it loops the planet, I'm like, that still won't convince some people, but, you know, it might convince a few.
All right. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. I got to get to sleep.
Well, I was glad to see you on late at night, because that's when I'm, for better or worse, that's when I'm usually like, I want someone to talk to. So.
Oh, okay. So, well, good. I'm glad we got you tonight then.
Yeah, if you ever want to have a late night, like there's a fair chance that, you know, sometimes I'm asleep, but usually I'm up and more social this time of night. So you can feel free to buzz me if you need to amuse for a late night stream sometime.
And we'll probably do games again this Wednesday. We do them every Wednesday.
Well, I think I'm going to be around. I'm trying to remember Wednesdays because of that, because I don't always pay attention to what day of the week it is. But...
At 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
That's 6 my time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what gets me sometimes, is I'm not always free or you know, internet ready by 6, but sometimes I am.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see you then. Have a good rest of your night.
Look forward to it. Enjoy the convo later.
All right. Take care. I can't believe what's his face? Hey, I want to check his channel. Cayman streamed. Still only one viewer. All right. All right, everybody. That's our show. I got to go to bed. I'll be out tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. Who knows what will happen or what to expect. Look for me then. All right. Take care, everybody.